Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Town of Grimsby Committee of the Whole meeting of Monday, June 7th, 2021 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move to the approval of the agenda. We just need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of June 7th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Just need a mover and seconder. Oh, first the closed session statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedure bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that the matters are to remain confidential, and confirm that no one else is present with you, and confirm no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purposes of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all of the above, please reply.
Recording in progress.
I understand and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Frake.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell.
There we go. Sorry. I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp.
I understand and confirm to all except the electronic devices.
Councillor Bain.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Vardy.
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
And myself, I understand and confirm to all the statements. All right, we need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole meet in closed session regarding the following: under Section 2392D, Labor Relations or Employee Negotiations, Grimsby Power Incorporated, Labor Risk Assessment. All in favor to go into closed? All right, that's carried. We're now moving into closed. The public will be back in after the closed session.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back to the open portion of the meeting. Just have a resolution that came out of closed, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the closed presentation on Grimsby Power and Corporation labor risk assessment be deferred and that closed report CIO 21-09 be received. All in favor? That's carried. I just have a couple of announcements before we move into back into our regular agenda. All of council was heartbroken to learn of the discovery of the 215 Indigenous children found in the burial site at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School in British Columbia. The residential school system is a dark chapter of Canadian history that represents nothing short of cultural genocide. Despite time and government initiatives at Truth and Reconciliation, this disturbing discovery only underscores the mistreatment of Indigenous communities and reopens wounds that never truly healed. The flags at Town Hall have remained at half-mast since Monday and will remain for a total of 215 hours, or 9 days. This represents 1 hour for each child found at that facility. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Tk'emlúps and Secwepemc people and other Indigenous people as they grapple with the realities of this tragedy. For many nations around the world, June is recognized as Pride Month, which celebrates the LGBTQ2+ community. We have come a long way in recognizing that our differences are and always have been our source of strength. While Pride may look a little different this year, I hope residents will continue to celebrate all that Pride represents: love, acceptance, and equality. We wish our LGBTQ2+ community a safe and happy Pride. And we hope that next year we will once again be able to gather together and celebrate that love is love. And another note, on June 3rd, Grimsby lost a much beloved member of our community, Douglas Nickerson, or Dougie as most of them knew him by. Dougie was a fixture for the Grimsby hockey community and a true hometown legend. Not only did he dedicate over 30 years to the Peach Kings as assistant equipment manager, but he also joined the team for both home and away games and practices. Dougie was always there to inspire the town's hockey players with his trademark "pump it up" words of encouragement. Dougie also was a regular fixture up at Sherwood Park, and then we moved up to Southwood Park for the Grimsby Men's Slow Pitch League. He made it to almost every one of our games in the last 5 years before COVID stopped the season for the last two. Dougie touched the hearts of so many within our community, which was evident by the grassroots events that took place over the weekend. Community members came together on their own accord to pay tribute to Dougie by laying flowers and other items at the PKC sign, and he will be truly missed by all. Dougie, we really will miss you. Now we move to number 5, adoption of previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the Committee of Adjustment minutes of April 20th, 2021 and Planning and Development public meeting minutes of May 25th, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried.
Just point of clarification, Mayor, was that the minutes of May 18th? I thought you said April 25th, or it should be.
Oh yeah, I think there's a typo in there. I was just reading. Is there a typo? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you.
Now moving to number 6, delegations. I'd like to welcome Rebecca Shelley, Grimsby District Chamber of Commerce, to talk about the Buy Local campaign. Rebecca, welcome. Is she there? Okay, sorry, she probably didn't hear that. Welcome, Rebecca. I see you there now. Again, welcome Rebecca Shelley, Grimsby District Chamber of Commerce, regarding the Buy Local campaign. Hello again, Rebecca.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillors for your time this evening. I think Donna has my presentation queued up. If she wants to pull it up, we can get underway. Fantastic, thanks, Donna. So I think I've met everyone here, I'm pretty sure, but for the record, my name is Rebecca Shelley, and I have the absolute honor of serving our business community as the Executive Director of the Grimsby and District Chamber of Commerce. As you can see here, we have a campaign name that I think speaks for itself. Grimsby's got it. Next slide, please. So you can see here an overview of kind of what I'm going to cover today. I appreciate very much, again, the time, allowing me the time today to present an update on behalf of our Buy Local campaign team. We're very excited about the project. So I think we'll just get into it. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we have assembled a diverse project team that represents businesses and organizations from across Grimsby. We have West End, East End, Downtown, and DIA, as well as not-for-profit organizations, all working together to bring this campaign to life. It truly is an example of the power of community collaboration. I'm extremely proud of what the team has accomplished in just over a month. Overarching, I think our goal is pretty self-explanatory: increased consumer traffic to local businesses. Our local economy needs a push to jumpstart it into not just recovery mode, but into rebounding and thriving. And we need consumers on board in order to do that. Next slide, please. So why now? I think we all know how incredibly devastating the public health measures necessitated by the pandemic have been. Businesses have closed, and many of those that haven't, at least not yet, are hurting. I'm sure you're hearing this from your business constituents, and many of you know this firsthand. Recent surveys support a strong push for Buy Local initiatives. The Ontario Chamber of Commerce's recent Ontario Economic Report listed encouraging Ontarians to buy local as a top priority for communities across the province. Niagara's own economic response team's third survey, just recently released, shows that specifically in Grimsby, businesses reported that a slow return of customers was the top obstacle to recovery. So it's very timely that we're looking at this right now. So everyone talks about supporting local, about how it's important, but why? How does supporting local businesses actually affect a local economy? You can see a few examples on your screen here, and I'd be happy to speak to any one of them during the question period at the end. Overall, though, thriving local businesses reinvest consumer dollars in their local economy at a far greater rate than other businesses outside the community or than the large online retailers and chains. Local businesses employ local people who then spend locally too. Local businesses use other local businesses like banks, tradespeople, and other service providers, and they give back to local not-for-profits, further enriching our community. They are our neighbors, they're our friends, and they are heavily invested in the community that consumers have chosen to live, work, and play in. Next slide, please. So you can see here that we're taking a two-pronged approach to the campaign. First, we're emphasizing the importance of supporting local to consumers to address the why, the education piece. And second, we're promoting local businesses across the municipality as the first, easiest, and best choice for consumers, using a variety of media channels. Part of this also is encouraging local businesses to start having conversations with their customers about shopping local and the direct impact that it has on their own business. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, our target is to publicly launch the campaign next week and encourage consistent conversations with and uptake from the public through ongoing contests and a variety of interactions across multiple media touchpoints and outlets. Potentially even using the town's Goose Chase app to create a local scavenger hunt that showcases all that Grimsby has to offer. While the initial campaign push is scheduled to wrap up after Labor Day, Our goal as the project team is to create a strong support local community and create this conversation between businesses and consumers that will drive the campaign to greater longevity, potentially even a year-round conversation. Next slide, please. Partnerships and sponsors. You can see here the partnerships we've already established, and we know there's going to be more interest once the campaign launches. To date, I'm really pleased to let everyone know that we have more than $25,000 committed through discounts, in-kind contributions, and outright sponsorship. It's a pretty powerful indication, I think, of how important it is to work together and how strongly so many local businesses believe that a support local campaign will help drive recovery. Next slide, please. So next steps, we launch. The Facebook and Instagram pages are in development and they will be activated next week. Similarly, the website is being built as we speak and is targeted for launch next week as well. Both the social media and website presence will focus on awareness, education, and interaction, getting people excited. We're looking at building a local spend reporting function that will count up the local spend so people can see the direct impact they're having on their local economy. Next slide, please. Obviously, a strong campaign will need a strong print component so we can capture as many consumer demographics as possible. And to that end, we are working on both print advertising and a direct mail campaign. Direct mail is actually targeted to hit mailboxes later next week. And I just want to tease it, it's going to be spectacular. We, of course, have to let businesses know what's going on. So we're planning initial email communications to go out through DIA and chamber channels later this week, and looking at some door-to-door engagement to let businesses know what's going on. The really wonderful thing about this campaign is that we're not asking businesses to do anything. Be your normal, awesome local business. Talk to customers about why shopping local is important. Thank customers for choosing their local establishment. We're also costing out Grimsby's Got It decals to give to businesses with storefronts to help increase awareness to the campaign. Next slide, please. A great way, as we all know, to increase consumer awareness is, of course, through contests. Everyone loves a chance to win something. The first contest will be geared to raising awareness of the campaign, while the second one will be more closely tied to local spend. To ensure equity and fairness, prize winners will be chosen randomly, and the gift certificates for the winners will be the winner's choice. We're not choosing which businesses to support with these prizes, the winners are. As I alluded to earlier, as part of the website, we're developing a local spend count. So picture like a thermometer with the mercury rising every time someone reports their local spend. It will be voluntary and it will be very simple and based on the honor system, just to keep it as simple as possible. We're still working out the details, but I think it will be an easy and impactful way to tell the story of how much of an impact choosing to support local can make. Next slide, please. That concludes my very short presentation. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor and esteemed councillors, for your time this evening. I'd be delighted to address any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation, Rebecca. I too agree, Grimsby's got it. So, Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Rebecca. Great presentation. I just wanted to highlight the fact that we're seeing a number of new stores coming to our downtown lately, and that's really, really exciting. There's been a lot of empty stores that have been empty for almost a year, and now they're occupied with tenants, and I think this is just perfect timing. They're all going to be able to open up this coming Friday at 15% capacity, so that's exciting too, especially those who have just finished their renovation or whatever they've been doing to get ready. So this is just a perfect time to launch something like this too. So the only thing you missed in your presentation, you didn't say anything about the north. You went east and west, you forgot to go north. Thanks.
Point taken. We will do our best to engage some businesses up on the escarpment. There's a few of them that we have great contacts with already, so we'll make sure that they're included in any support local spotlights on the social media.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and great presentation, Rebecca, and very well presented. I just reading through it, a lot of good points to it. Grimsby's got it, as the mayor said. I think that's a fabulous slogan. I really, if we put a banner up on the main street, let's put that up. Just say Grimsby's got it. Yeah. Just looking at the cross section of the representatives you have on your project team, and when I was reading through and looking where they're, from what areas they're from and the types of businesses and that, great representation. I was just wondering, was there any thoughts to maybe, including a representative from the farmers market at all? I know it's ongoing right now at the Peach King Center, which is great. Understanding they had a great venue the first time, but I just thought maybe because it has the other slogan of buy local too. So was that any just again, I'm just throwing that out there, Rebecca, just for
absolutely. Thoughts. Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. That's a great point. We have been in touch with the farmers market folks, just preliminarily, and of course, I think the great thing about especially incorporating a social media component to the campaign is the ability to really highlight so many of the different things that Grimsby's got, right? One of those can be a really big, maybe a lot of our Thursday social media focus can be around, look what Grimsby's got. We have the farmers market going on. So yeah. Definitely, but thank you for that point. To that point, we'll make sure we're reaching out to the farmers market just to make sure they're aware of what's going on and how our purposes potentially dovetail.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. Great job.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for the presentation, Rebecca. It's an exciting initiative, and it's a great, I can see that you've got a good plan for the use of, I think it's the $10,000 LAM money that the town is being given, and you're a partner with us with working on that project. Lincoln reached out to us. You've seen the sign wars, right, that are going on all over? And some of them are just hilarious, getting millions of views on social media, and just really, really positive response. And I think from an economic development perspective, increasing the visibility of some of these small communities. Lincoln sent out a shout out to us to engage with them on a sign wars, and I haven't seen the business community take them up on it. I would think this is an awesome opportunity to use the Grimsby's Got It and challenge Lincoln and just promote our businesses as well. You're talking about signage and you're talking about the social media. So I don't know if you've looked at that, if you looked at the metrics as to how some of those other communities have been successful with it, whether it's worthwhile to reach out. I just wanted to make sure we're not dropping the ball when Lincoln already challenged us and we're kind of like, nobody's taking it up. So if it's not something that you think fits into the campaign or your project, that's fine. I just wondered if you'd even looked at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. That's a really excellent question. Yes, the sign wars are getting some fantastic play on social media. They are a lot of fun. And yes, I'd hate to see Grimsby not step up when our neighbors challenge us. Certainly that's something that we'd like to address. We haven't spoken about it specific to this campaign, and I know I have spoken to other communities about it, and it tends to be a very kind of grassroots organic thing that businesses kind of jump on board with. That being said, the Grimsby's Got It, particularly social media presence, would be perfect to spotlight this if and when it gets started. But I will certainly raise that to the team and just see if we can get some traction going in our local community. Thank you for the idea. That's a great one. And
maybe even, I don't know if Sarah, with the Goose Chase app, if you got hashtags and stuff and you can promote them on those signs, and with the sign wars, the Goose Chase app, and then it kind of plays into it as well. It's just another way of helping to dual promote both things. Just an idea. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Rebecca. I've already had a little bit of a preview at the DIA meeting, but I think you've added more meat to the presentation. Just curious, Councillor Dunstall was shouting out for the north, and I want to shout out for the east. Are there very many businesses involved in promoting this in the east end, in Ward 1 in that area? I didn't see a lot on the presentation. Are they just not participating?
No, they absolutely are. I mean, the whole purpose of this campaign and the name behind, or the purpose behind the name of Grimsby's Got It is that it covers all of Grimsby. So that project team is just kind of the small team that we're using to start this, and then out and kind of push outward into all businesses across the municipality. So in the East End, we have Rebecca Mullen from the Desjardins agency out there. She's a very community-focused business owner. They've just invested in a building right by Vic's Meats. So she's excited and has been chomping at the bit to get out there and go around to the other businesses to talk to them. I have close contacts with several other businesses out in the East End, and I've teased the idea of the campaign to them, and we will absolutely be doing direct outreach across the East. And to Councillor Dunstall's point, obviously making sure that somebody's going to be knocking on doors in the North as well. But no, we do have a strong presence all over Grimsby.
Yeah, we want the North and we want the East. I have a quick question for you. Something I wasn't familiar with. You noted that hashtag for Grimsby was one of the places you're going to market and advertise. I'm not familiar with that one. What is that?
So For Grimsby is a group. They are one of the driving forces. They're on the Happening Committee as well. So they're driving force behind the Happening Committee. They've jumped on board. They normally do a tremendous amount of community initiatives and supporting community events and activities. And they actually heard that we were doing this and reached out to us asking if they could contribute. They have actual funds set aside that they haven't been able to use because of the pandemic. And so they've jumped on board to use those funds to set up the website and develop all the website components and maintain it for at least into the end of summer and perhaps beyond. So we're still in discussion with them with what that looks like.
So is that hashtag for Grimsby? Is that a Twitter account or?
No, that's the hashtag that they use. I believe it's actually a church, a local community-based church. But their focus is service to community. That is their overarching purpose. And like I said, they were a lot of the driving force behind the happening. So I'm really happy to have their kind of community focus helping drive this campaign too.
Anyway, thank you for the answer. And this is the timing couldn't be more perfect. I mean, with what's happening with coming out of COVID lockdown. And so let's drive this and every other campaign we can forward to get things moving in town and across town, north and east.
Absolutely. I love the enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Hi, Rebecca. Thanks for your presentation. Looks like a great initiative. Looking forward to it. I'm wondering, are you going to be linking to the Friendly by Nature activities, Facebook, whatever, so that we can bring we could bring a lot of these initiatives together and build on them?
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of one of the really important reasons that the DIA was kind of the first organization to come on board with us, and they're going to be true partners in this. We updated the DIA meetings, and we have DIA representation on the project team specifically to make sure that we are dovetailing activities. I know in the past, I think last year they did a lot of that using local spend to run contests, which is why we wanted to incorporate this into what we're doing. But yes, it'll be very important to make sure that we are kind of cross promoting and on the same page as far as supporting all local businesses. They're an important component of the campaign for sure.
And could you just remind me who is working on Happening in Grimsby? Because it's been a while, and so I'm just curious to know who's in that group right now.
We have not had a meeting this year, so I'm on the committee. I know it's headed up by Simon Duong, Peach King / Home Team Realty. For Grimsby was on it. Fort Foundation of Resources for Teams was on it as well. I believe Mark Wood was also part of that team from the 40. And obviously GIA representation. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Oh, the Ontario College for Health and Technology, I think, was also part of that team. So I don't know if that team is still together. We haven't had a meeting this year other than an email exchange to say that, because of COVID, I don't think Happening is going to be happening this year, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I thought I might say something, I might be speaking out of line, and if I am, I'll apologize after. But Councillor Bothwell brought up the fact that there's a sign war going on, so I just wanted to let her know that I have a sign over on Old Highway 8 in Lincoln, and the next day or two, it's going to say Grimsby's got it on both sides of it, so we can start that campaign. So, and I apologize if I'm stepping out of line, but just wanted to say that.
We're gonna have to get somebody out there to take a picture of that.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And if it's okay with you, I think this would be a great time for Rebecca to maybe make a bit of a shout out announcement. There's a big event coming up for the chamber on the 24th. So got quite a few people watching. So if the mayor would allow it, I think it'd be a good time for you to mention that. Thank you.
Yes, by all means.
Well, thank you, Councillor Cadwell, for bringing that up. I was not going to dilute the enthusiasm for Grimsby's Got It by bringing up Chamber, but yes, we do have our annual charity golf tournament this year in support of GAMRU, a really excellent, amazing grassroots organization. We are so pleased to be able to support them. So if anybody's a golfer, we would love to have you out on the links with us. But I want to keep the rest of the time for Grimsby's Got It because we're really excited about it.
Thank you, Rebecca. I see no further questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I do really agree. Grimsby's got it. And I also see that bricks and mortar isn't dead. So that's really nice to see coming out of the pandemic. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we don't have a regional councillor update tonight. Wayne will have one, Councillor Furtick will have one on the 21st. Just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Vane. Seconded by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Vane, seconded by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation by Rebecca Shelley, Grimsby and District Chamber of Commerce be received. All in favor? That's carried. Have a good evening, Rebecca. Thank you. Now we're moving to our consent agenda. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'd like to lift something out of the admin and finance.
All right.
8.1C.
Okay. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking to lift 8.1A, the Buy Local campaign, as well as 8.2 under Parks, 8.2C, the Parks and Rec information update, and lastly, 8.4B under Planning and Development, the planning touch point.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to lift 8.1B.
All right, we just need a mover and seconder for the rest of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items and the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. DRS 21-15, purchase of a utility tractor for Parks, Recreation and Culture. DRS 21-16, award a contract. RFP 2021-02, Recreation Trails Master Plan. DPW 21-11, 2020 annual DWQMS infrastructure review. By BYL 21-06, enforcing of parking over the 16-hour limit. All in favor? That's carried. (9.1A). All right, we're moving to report 9.1A, Integrity Commissioner Investigation Report, IC 123-78021. Michael, welcome.
Hello there.
Good evening, Michael.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Obviously I'm here tonight to present my report, which is dated May 17th, relative to a complaint by Councillor Cadwell regarding Councillor Vardy. You have my report. I don't really have much to say about it. You may have some questions. But effectively, as you can see through the report that I've laid out, I found that I do not currently have jurisdiction to deal with the question that was put before me.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions from council? Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Yeah, I'm really struggling with this this whole integrity commissioner thing, because here we have a very fulsome report on a complaint from one councillor to another. Excuse me. And at the end of the day, nothing can become of it. And I find that, well, we've all been at each other with integrity commissioner complaints, and the whole process seems to be somewhat, I gotta say, flawed or adversarial, because we file a complaint and then the respondent can write back, as you can see in this report, and then the complainant can write about the respondent, and it really, all it does is aggravate the situation, make us mad at each other even more. And at the end of the day, here we've got it, it's now out in public and everybody can see, you know, that we're having a hard time getting along with each other. I'm kind of losing any credibility to this whole integrity commissioner process, and that we're really not doing any good for ourselves, where we should, you know, be looking at trying to heal and get along with each other. But this just makes it worse. And I'm just really disappointed to see that this just, you know, it just doesn't go anywhere. And it's a very long report that took a few months, and here we, at the end of the day, we've got nothing to come about it, because our integrity commissioner doesn't have any jurisdiction over our council meetings. And I well, what are we doing? And you know, I think the province is doing some research into this, but I'm a little frustrated about it, I guess you could say, and I just don't like it, and I think that, you know, that's all I can say really at this point, but I'm just not very happy with the whole process.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. I see no further. Oh, Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question on, at the end, you said that you encourage members to consider alternative dispute resolution as a means of resolving interpersonal conflicts such as this one. Successful mediation can save time and taxpayers' dollars. Earlier on in this term, I went into a mediation, and the cost of that mediation was more than actually just letting a complaint ride. So I'm curious as to how you come to that conclusion that mediation would actually save some money.
Well, I'm not really able to speak to specific cases, obviously because of confidentiality reasons, but I have conducted mediations in other jurisdictions relative to integrity commissioner complaints. And I can tell you in each of those cases, the invoice I submitted was a lot less than most of the invoices I submit for full reports. So there may be a case, like, you know, it may not be true in every case, but I do suspect that mediating, if it takes 3 or 4 hours of my time, is a lot better than an investigation and report, which could take 10, 15, 20 hours of my time potentially, depending. And as you can see, obviously, my reports are quite thorough. That is something that I've heard from members of council that you're looking for, is to have thorough reports that are, that fully flesh out everything that's happened, including my legal research and everything else. So, there will be added cost to that, compared to perhaps a 2 or 3 page summary type report. So I do suggest that alternative dispute resolution, generally speaking, is something which can save money. And that has been my experience working in the integrity commissioner space in other jurisdictions, even throughout the peninsula.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And to Michael, I guess that you and I have had a conversation since I received the report. I guess what my concern, and I would accept whatever ruling came out, and that's where I'm a little disappointed. There is no ruling. But so my thoughts is I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts of what was the submission to the IC. It's all there in black and white. But at what point in your investigation did you realize, or did you come to the conclusion that you didn't have jurisdiction? That's where I have that's my only concern to it. That's all. Thank you.
Yep. So as you know, this complaint came to me after it was already with your previous integrity commissioner, Mr. Harnick. I received it, I guess, about 2 months, after he received it. I basically started the process from scratch again, because I didn't want to piggyback on anything that he may have done, obviously, particularly as I was being sort of freshly appointed as your integrity commissioner shortly thereafter. I realized what my jurisdictional issue was after I had fully reviewed everything and interviewed everybody and began conducting my legal research. And that's when I was sort of attuned to the fact that, hey, this is an issue that occurred entirely within the scope of a council meeting. It was subject to the rules of that council meeting, to the procedure bylaw, and any rulings that the chair may have made at that point in time, and therefore I don't have jurisdiction. But I had to conduct my interviews and look over all the documentation, everything first, to fully understand the scope of what I was looking at. Again, I wanted to make sure that this was only an issue that was totally contained within the context of a meeting. And then from there, I had to do the research, which led me to that conclusion. This, by the way, is the first time that I have made this type of decision on this particular question. So, if perhaps this was to come up again, I may not need to take as close a look at it, but this is the first time that I've dealt with this particular issue.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just have a question and comment to Michael, our Integrity Commissioner. So the comment is that I'm disappointed that this level of investigation went on without a finding. And I can see that there's a 19-page report, and I read the 19-page report, and so it took me until the 19th page to find that there was no finding. I had to read through the entire thing, and then it could have opened saying that I don't find this is in my jurisdiction. And then I could have skipped, and I think that the Integrity Commissioner could have skipped the investigation that took part after that. And I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard lawyers say about 1 hour per page. This is roughly speaking, 19 pages is quite a bit of time to spend on this investigation. So, Michael, I'm looking at our Appendix A to our Code of Conduct, and it says, first the complaint becomes a formal complaint, and there's a request for inquiry, and then there's an initial review by the Integrity Commissioner, and where they'll determine on its face whether or not it's covered by other legislation or it's within the purview of the integrity commissioner. And that's before step 3, which is the investigation. So I wonder, why did you make the investigation if it was not in your jurisdiction? Like, I feel like that step comes before the investigation step.
Well, that depends, Counselor, entirely on whether or not a prima facie decision can be made at that point. So yes, I could look at a complaint. I could decide immediately whether it was out of jurisdiction. An easy case to do that in would be, for example, say if the complaint was about a member of staff. I could easily look at that and say, nope, sorry, that's not within my jurisdiction. I can't do it on its face, immediately dismiss it. I will not continue the investigation. As I said, in this particular case, and I just provided the same answer to Councillor Cadwell, the same answer applies. I had to look at the facts that were put before me, noting as well, as I said, that this was already before your previous integrity commissioner. So I had to look at the facts before me to determine whether or not this was in my jurisdiction. I hadn't made a jurisdictional decision on this until I actually was aware of the facts. The jurisdictional question on this is dependent on the facts. The facts of this are that this complaint, it happened relative to something that was entirely during the course of a council meeting. I wanted to make sure that that was the case. I went through the exchanges with the parties and gave them an opportunity to speak to me to determine that. And I set out all of those details in the report really for your benefit. So that you could understand how it is that I came to that decision, because the decision itself is probably one you've not seen before, that an integrity commissioner doesn't have jurisdiction over something like this. And I wanted you as council members to be aware of those circumstances. What is it that it transpired and why do I not have jurisdiction? And so I think laying all that out in the report provides you with, I think, a better understanding of the circumstances under which I do not have jurisdiction.
Okay.
If I was to simply issue a report saying I don't have jurisdiction, then you maybe wouldn't know why.
Okay, so thank you, Michael. But I want to reference back to a previous complaint, IC 1870320, and that complaint was made in February of 2019. And so your predecessor, Charles Harnick, completed that report. And he mentions under the label of conduct, because our code was a little different at the time, he talked about the same things you talk about. Every member of council has a duty to treat another member without abuse, bullying, intimidation. A member shall not use indecent or abusive or insulting words or expressions. And then he found, this was a complaint by Councillor Vardy against Councillor Vane. He found that that Councillor Vane had breached the member's code of conduct, given his comments. And the comment from Charles Harnick, this was with regard to conduct in a meeting of council. And he said, quote, "The code of conduct applies equally to closed session as it does to meetings in open session." And I know you quoted some case law from the City of Toronto. And the City of Toronto has its own act. And the City of Toronto is not necessarily the same as a small municipality, a lower tier town of Grimsby. And I would suggest that a more relevant case law is IC 1870320, where your predecessor made a ruling and a finding on a member's comments that were made during council session. And so I see you've gone to a great deal of effort to make this report, and I'm not satisfied that you don't make a finding on this. There were members that took part in this discussion. There was a formal complaint filed, and we have already received a report from your office that said this. We're talking a year ago, and so I'm not willing to accept a 19-page report without a finding. And so I ask my colleagues that we can send this back. And Michael, I understand the points that you've made. I read the report, And so I don't want to take an attack at you. So I would be happy if you would qualify it and make a finding and qualify it and say that your finding with regard to the code is this, but qualified that the mayor should have taken his authority with regard to our procedural bylaw, but there still can be a finding on a member's conduct in a meeting, right? And the fact that the mayor has some authority to rule during the meeting doesn't take away that the member has to follow a code of conduct. We have to follow this while we sleep. It's a 24-hour thing. If I'm out at a bar swearing at my friend, I'm in trouble. And we have to follow this during our council meetings too, right? And so I can't be standing out in the street doing these things, same as I can't be doing this on live feed from our council chambers or our in-home council meetings. But I'm gonna ask that, and I don't know if I should put this as a report or as a motion, but I'm gonna ask that we return this report and that you come back with a finding. I mean, there's a lot of work and there's some money spent by the municipality on this. And that's what we want you to make a finding on. It's not fair for me or the mayor or any of my colleagues to make this decision. The only person who can do this is the integrity commissioner, and that's you. And so I don't want to use the word disappointed too harshly, but I need you to please take this report back and make findings. Mayor Jordan, through the clerk, how can I make that resolution?
It can be worded to refer back to Michael for a finding.
If I have a seconder, I'd like to make a resolution to refer this report back to the Integrity Commissioner, Michael Maynard, for a finding. Is there anyone that will second that motion? Can I have support?
Councillor Dunstall is the seconder.
So a referral is no debate. We just can vote on this.
Just a point of clarification. Michael, do you have a comment on this?
So as I mean, I'm not here to advise council on your council procedures. You have a clerk and you have a lawyer and other people that can help you with that. But as I said in my report, the one way that I would have jurisdiction, concurrent with those, with the precedents that I listed in that report, would be for council as a whole to provide me with clear direction to provide an answer to that question. So that's where I believe I do have jurisdiction to answer questions as Integrity Commissioner, to conduct an investigation and return a report to council on the specific findings. That would activate my jurisdiction. So in my view, if council was to provide, I don't know if this is the correct way to go about it. I'll have to rely on the clerk and your expertise as members of council on that, on the correct procedure for doing that. But I would say that as Integrity Commissioner, if I was to get clear direction from council as a whole, as a body, to conduct the investigation, which indicates that you're willing to waive this jurisdictional issue, to provide me with the jurisdiction to return an answer, then I would be able to do so.
All right, thank you, Michael. I have the resolution before me. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Integrity Commissioner Investigation Report IC 12378-0121 be referred back to Integrity Commissioner Michael Maynard to provide a finding on this matter. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
I just noticed that Councillor Bain's hand is up. I just don't want to move forward if he was intending to speak. No? Okay, sorry. Sorry, Sarah. So I'm a no on that.
Councillor Dunstall?
I'm a yes.
Councillor Frank?
I'm a no.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Just point of clarification, we have a very direct question we're asking Michael to find on, right? Is that correct?
the motion reads that he provide a finding on this matter.
Is that enough? That doesn't sound like what he asked for. I just need clarification before I vote, that's all. It sounded like he wanted a direct question answered, or for him to answer. Michael, is that enough for you to go on, is what I'm asking? The motion, the way it's worded?
Michael, you're muted.
Yeah. Sorry. It's going to happen at least once a meeting, right? Or else it wasn't really a meeting. Yeah, I understand the intent of the resolution. I'm not sure about the wording in terms of the clear direction. I mean, I understand what the intent is, what the direction is. The direction, I believe, what you're saying is you want me to find specifically the questions, and I did, by the way, list those questions in my report. As you'll notice, the questions that I would be finding had I had jurisdiction. So again, I don't want to tell council what to do, but specifically, those are the questions I believe that I would have been able to determine. And I don't recall exactly what page they're on, but I can pull it up here fairly quickly for you. So page 13 and 14 of my report issues, the issues raised by the complainant in this matter as follows, and I listed the questions there. So I would suppose that if I was being directed to answer those particular questions, then I would be able to do so.
Thank you very much for clarification. Then I vote yes. Thank you.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
All right. We move to item 8.2, or sorry, 8.1B.
I presume I'm finished for the evening.
Yes. Sorry, Michael. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Thanks, everyone.
All right, we're moving to report 8.1B. That's the information, or 9.1? Okay, I can't see your writing. It's because all these. Okay, this one here. All right. All right, we're doing report FIN 21-14, 2020 year-end results and transfers. Sorry about that. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jordan. Is the presentation presenting? Yes. Wonderful, thank you. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present the 2020 year-end results and transfers to you this evening. My goal with the presentation is to supplement the detailed report you have in front of you for consideration and provide you with some key highlights to guide your understanding and decision-making. I will set some context for you and review the operating levy, water, and sewer surpluses, and then move into the recommended strategy for the reserve transfers and finalize with some next steps. So before we look at the year-end numbers, it's important to provide some context for the 2020 year. It goes without saying that the town's response to the pandemic was a key driver in our results. It is important to remember that the 2020 budget, which we are comparing actual results to derive surplus from today, was established before the pandemic began. When the pandemic hit, the town acted swiftly to adjust its operations and mitigate financial impacts. Clarity on funding from upper levels of government came late in the year and after mitigations had already taken place. While the town was successful in mitigating the financial impacts of the pandemic, we did track the direct expenses and lost revenue impact at over $2 million for 2020. We will be using this gross impact information to report back to the province on how we leveraged their funding in 2020. The financial results in this report are fully transparent in that staff have not recorded any unbudgeted reserve transfers when compiling the report. We are showing you the full results of the operations as compared to our approved budget, and subsequently we're recommending year-end transfers. So the $2.5 million total operating levy surplus you see here had four main themes that are driving it, which I will highlight. So the first being that staff had planned in their 2020 approved budget to draw $625,000 in funds from our reserves to support our 2020 operations. As a result of the pandemic, these were no longer required. The second main driver of this surplus is that the town received $756,000 in COVID-related funding. The third driver is that staff identified and recognized a one-time receivable of $457,000. This is a result of a discussion with OMEX, the Ontario Municipal Insurance Exchange, who was the town's insurance provider from 2003 to 2011. So this insurance program operates like a cooperative whereby the surplus deficit from underwritten claims in the subject years are shared with all of the subscribing members. The $457,000 that we've recognized this year is the value of that surplus that would be owing to the town as of December 31st, 2020. And we have now recognized it on our books. And lastly, the remainder of the surplus of $703,000 is related to delivery of programs or services and is further explained in detail by operating department in Appendix A to the report. So I'm not going to go into detail there, but should there be any questions on any particular department, we could certainly speak to that this evening. Both water and sewer programs have also experienced surplus. There are two main themes. The water surplus of $468,000 is mainly attributable to the increased water billings, fees, and meter sales throughout the year, as well as some savings in employee wages and benefits. The sewer surplus of $439,000 is mainly attributable to the savings in the region's 2020 wastewater reconciliation, which results in shifts between all of the local area municipalities. So what do we do with this surplus? As a result of the unprecedented impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the 2020 results offer the town and council with a unique and one-time opportunity. While the pandemic has continued into 2021, we would not expect the same financial impacts as we have eliminated financial mitigation strategies and are striving to deliver all services while respecting provincial restrictions. The reserve transfer approach in front of you this evening is to consider leveraging this one-time opportunity to continue to build financial sustainability into the town's operation by starting to move towards having reserve targets. While the financial outcomes of COVID so far have been positive due to the fact that we were able to mitigate financial pressures and we received funding, it is important for Grimsby to ensure it has a foundation to deal with unforeseen or unplanned events in the future. Appropriately funded contingency reserves of 10 to 15% of gross annual operating expenditures would give the town flexibility to address unbudgeted items, mitigate risks from being self-insured in various areas, and limit the need for future tax increases when one-time projects arise. After establishing adequate contingency reserve, the balance of the surplus, which was approximately 60% of it across the consolidated program, would be allocated to capital reserves to help fund asset management plans. Council received high-level presentations this past year speaking to the asset management gap and our need to continue to fund and develop strategies to address our overall infrastructure needs. Similar to contingency reserve targets, which we're suggesting we can establish today, we would strive to create appropriate capital reserve targets as our next step leading into the 2022 budget process. So in summary, what would our next steps look like? We are asking council this evening to approve the 2020 year-end surplus allocations to reserves. Obviously, the surplus is set, it's historical, it occurred in 2020, but we have a decision on the reserves that we place that surplus into. Staff are also in the process of completing our 2020 financial statement audits, and we're preparing information to fulfill our provincial and COVID reporting requirements. We do anticipate being able to return those fully audited financial statements to council in July. And finally, as I just alluded to in the previous slide, staff do want to take next steps and invest significant time in reviewing and researching the town's current reserve balances and establishing targets with the goal of providing council with a more fulsome information in advance of the 2022 budget process. Reserves are our key element to your funding strategies, and we want to make sure that we have a very comprehensive strategy there. And we need to connect the information you've previously received on asset management to the funding strategies that we have in our total budget and with our reserves to make sure that all of our critical infrastructure can be addressed in the coming years. With that brief presentation, I'm happy to answer any council questions as appropriate.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation, Melanie. Council, are there any questions? Remove the screen and then I can see. Perfect. All right, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for the presentation, Melanie. Just if you could provide some clarity on the planning surplus. In the report, it states there's a surplus of 199,424, but the amount that is showing in the subsequent report following for under planning projects for the transfer to reserves is 175,939, shortage of 23,485. So just wondered where how that plays out. And then the second question is, within that planning surplus, there's identified the Main Street East heritage study as which is obviously just in its beginning stages, and those monies were not expended as a result. That it's just an RFP. And the second is the Grimsby Beach was a carryover with that amount of surplus. So I just wondered, I want to, it's important that we do retain those funds and they're accessible for those two dedicated projects. Just wondering if the Main Street East Heritage Study, which I believe we asked for, should be put into the heritage budget, because that was where it was originally approved for. And the second is the facade grant of 20K. I'm disappointed to see that we, maybe we need to do more education and outreach to let people know that we have that that facade grant available for improvement of heritage properties and et cetera, and it wasn't utilized. So I think we have to definitely do more outreach to say those funds are available. In the meantime, can we look at tucking that into the heritage budget as well? Our heritage budget is like 27,000. So we, supporting those types of initiatives is really important. And if we can, move that, which I think, the heritage, there's two types of grants. One is the facade and one is a heritage grant. So that's just my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. So through you, Mayor Jordan, the first part of the question was how we allocated reserves and how the surplus matches up to each individual reserve transfer. So we've taken a corporate approach to the reserve transfers. So step one, when looking at all of the operating levy surplus, was to first ensure that our operating contingency reserves, which support all of the departments, were adequately funded. So we dealt with that first, and that is the 767,000 that you see going into the contingency reserve. And that those contingency reserves support all of the departments. Once we took that off, we looked at what remaining levy surplus was available, and we then prorated that across the departments as appropriate. So that's why all of the departments are receiving a slightly lower direct allocation, because they all contributed to some extent to the corporate contingency piece. So I'm seeing a shaking head, so I'm thinking I've maybe answered the first part of that question. Great. So the second part of that question, I might need a little bit of assistance with, but I'll give it my first go. And if I need specifics on the program, I will defer to Antonetta. So this is obviously 2020 operations, and these are the 2020 results. We can direct these funds to reserves because this is historical. The 2021 budget has been approved and staff are executing against it. Most times, because of the timing of when we approve the budget, if there was going to be projects that would carry over into the next year, we would typically rebudget for them in the 2021 year, and they would continue to be executed. I know for certain the Grimsby Beach study is continuing to be executed, and I suspect the Main Street element that you were speaking to as well. To the extent that, you know, timing didn't allow us to include that in the budget, but we are obviously still delivering that review or that service. We would then report on that in year through variances, and we would then make recommendations at the end of the year if required to draw on the reserves that we put fundings into the previous year if we so needed it, if it was creating a deficit in 2021. So I guess what I'm saying is if those projects are approved projects and continuing to move forward, which I believe that they are, they would either be funded through the 2021 budget, or if they result in a deficit in planning because we were able to complete those as well as many of the other elements on our work plan, we would make a recommendation in our 2021 year-end surplus to draw on the reserves at that time. But I also
they earmarked, you know, for those two studies because they were funded from the levy for that, and particular and were not necessarily used. So the carry forwards, I thought that they get put in reserves, but they don't get put into the slush fund. They get actually put into dedicated so that they are committed towards those projects. And then if you could just help, you know, clarify that and about the 20K for the facade improvements.
So I would have to defer to Antonetta maybe on the facade question because I'm not sure of the details of that program. So maybe I'll just do that right now.
Thanks, Melanie. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The facade programs, I think it's really important to note there are two separate facade programs. One is for heritage buildings that are designated. And if we wanted to, it could be appropriate to move that into the heritage budget. But the other 20 grand that I believe was the 20,000 that was unused, that is a facade grant, which can be for any building in the CIP. And you can qualify for extra money if you have two facades. So for example, if you're a corner lot. So it would be my recommendation that it would be inappropriate to move that to heritage because it may qualify for any building in the CIP. So that would be the point of clarification I'd like to offer on that.
Thank you. That makes sense, Antonetta. I didn't see that we have the 20 grand for the heritage facade isn't in our budget either. So I think it still resides in planning's budget as well. So it's just something we might need to look at when we look at how our budget works for the future. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I see that we have a surplus in cemeteries, despite burying more people this year. I'm wondering if we could dedicate some of that surplus to tree planting in the cemetery. So I don't know who would make that call, if it would be Brandon or our CAO. But in going up there, I mean, if you compare the two cemeteries that we have, sort of one is nicely treed and, you know, it's very lovely. The other one sometimes looks like a big field and it could use some beautification. And when we're talking about capital reserves, I like to think of trees as a sort of environmental capital that we need to invest in. And there's a lot of space up there. There's a lot of room to do that. You know, once again, I'll talk about the microforests that they plant in Japan. We have an opportunity to make some investments. It's an ideal place And we're taking the surplus from that area and putting it back into that area. So I don't know who can answer that question, but if we could take a percentage of that, say $25,000 and put it into tree planting in the cemetery on the mountain.
CAO?
Through you, Mel will probably talk about the reserves, that you don't mess with transferring them. But Councillor, we've heard you, and it's so noted. I think we could take that action without doing a transfer of 20K. I'll work with Sarah Sweeney and the team there to see if planting of that one cemetery can be done. So we could take that action.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Melanie, good report. Thank you very much for that. It really puts a lot of things into perspective. A quick question for you, and maybe I missed it in here somewhere. All the grants we've been receiving over the past year or so, are they factored into these numbers?
Yes, through the mayor, all of the grants that we received that were dedicated to 2020, which was $756,000 for COVID, are fully recognized as revenue in these numbers. So they're driving the surplus bottom line. You know, there's the reality of what we match up to what, right? So we're taking the approach that the $756,000 that we received from the province was used to offset our direct COVID costs and our revenue losses as step one. And step two was our town mitigations. So to the extent that our town mitigations exceeded our pressures, we're taking that as though we get to retain, council gets to retain that and direct that to reserves as appropriate, and that we fully leveraged the provincial funding in 2020 that was available to us with our expenditures and our lost revenue.
Okay, I assume that these grants are specific and they can't be moved around. Is that correct?
Yes, they're specific and they must be attributed to COVID-related costs or lost revenues, which is what we've done. They're a little more generic than other grant programs have been in the past, whereas they don't define eligible expenditures. They basically have made the grant funding COVID related, and they're allowing municipalities the flexibility to apply that to what they see as their COVID pressures. So as long as we can make an argument, which I believe we do have a strong argument for 2020, that we experience costs or pressures, lost revenue in excess of the funding we received, it would be fully vested to us, and we're appropriately recognizing it.
So if we don't spend all of the grant money against the specific items they were given to us for, do we keep the balance, or do we move it somewhere else, or how does that work?
Yep, through the mayor, I would suggest that we have, for 2020, we have spent all of that funding against COVID-related items. And with that said, though, to fully answer your question, Councillor Frick, if we hadn't, or if the province didn't agree with the way that we've justified that spending, they have said that you need to direct that to reserves and you need to spend it in the future for COVID-related items. Again, they've been very generic in defining what COVID-related items are. But our argument is going to be that the funding we received in 2020 of the $756,000 has been fully utilized by the town, because we have over $2 million in either direct costs or lost revenues directly attributable to the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. And there was one other, under page, I guess the top of page 3 in your report, you note that offsetting deficits for the following items, $410,000 and some more in legal and professional fees. Is that, what percentage is legal? What percentage is professional? Just the top of your head, do you have any idea?
I don't. I do. They were categorized. We do have 2 separate accounts. With that said, I do think there is a lot of gray in what we allocate to a legal cost or professional cost, which is why we group them when we report on them, because I don't know that they've been used consistently throughout the year. So I would have to take that back to get the more detailed breakdown. But I do think it's appropriate to consider them holistically, because I don't know that we necessarily coded each very specifically. When it's a lawyer, we use legal, and when we use professional fees if it's someone else. I can't say for certain that we've done that, which is why we consider it holistically.
Okay, one last question. And would Integrity Commission fees be built into that number?
So through you, it is not. My understanding is there's a separate Integrity Commissioner budget that is used that resides in the council area, not in our corporate legal area.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And that's a great news report, Melanie. Some very good information. And I just want to personally thank you for the Appendix B, which is the reserve transfers and balances. And that, to me, that's my Bible. Whenever we're looking at purchasing any projects in that, and that's great that you added that in, because in the past, I've had to ask for that a few times, but which I always got. But still, to get it now with that report, that's fantastic. And it's really good to see that you're putting money into the budget contingency, because when I got on council, that was up to a very substantial amount, and it's been depleted a lot over the years. So again, for some good reasons, maybe some people may think not so good reasons, but the other budget that really caught me was the sanitary sewer budget, which we've always been adding to, and that right now, I believe it's at $12.4 million, which is great, because from an infrastructure perspective, and I just want to, maybe Brandon, I see he's here, maybe he can chime in. We've got a major big project coming up on our downtown. And I just wondered if maybe we could look at, we're doing the water main, we're doing a lot of good aesthetic work into our downtown, but if we could maybe look at either relining or replacing the sanitary sewer, because I'd hate to see a new road paved and then all of a sudden. So I'm just thinking about that, Brandon, just because we've got a very healthy sanitary sewer reserve. Is that something that we could maybe look to in the future and maybe incorporate with this big project? Just your thoughts on that, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think Main Street's on the table, and our system-wide is on the table as well. One of the things we brought in a new engineering manager, Marvin, and one of the projects I wanted him to look at in detail is coming up with a capital forecast for doing some additional work on our sanitary sewers. So yes, we've had put together a significant reserve, which is good. And at the same time, we need to start putting some money towards rehabbing some of our sanitary sewers. So Main Street would be obviously something to look at as well when we're doing the downtown area. So thanks.
Oh, that's great, Brad. I'm glad you're doing that, because that's very important, because again, the services, I think the water main was the two water mains, it's a 6 and a 4 in there. They were put in the mid 1900s. So I'm sure the sanitary sewer must be very old too. So great work that you're looking at, if we have to do some work on that too. Thank you very much.
Councillor Barty.
Yes, just one more question, Melanie. Now that we're putting all this money into reserves, sort of what is the disposition of our reserves right now? I know you earlier in one of the documents said, a healthy would be between 10 and 15%. What are we running at right now?
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. And through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a great question. And I think it's a really important one to keep, that council keeps context on. So if these transfers are approved as outlined in the report this evening, you will be at 12.5% as a contingency reserve of your operating surplus for the levy related programs. You will be at 8.9% for water and 10% for sewer. That is just the contingency element. And so that is the part that we're trying to drive with the recommended transfers this evening. The second element of that story, which is something we need much more time to kind of look at comprehensively and pull together, is our capital reserves and what percentages those need to be in order to adequately fund our long-term capital plans and infrastructure. That's not something that we've been able to review comprehensively leading into this report. And I do see that very much as the next step is to look at our asset management plan in conjunction with our reserves and possible other sources of funding that we may have, provincial, federal funding, use of debt down the road, and bring that back more holistically for council so you can understand capital reserves as well. So we have not been able to do that work with the presentation of this report, but I think that's very important work. And I think it's important that we do that before we present you with a 2022 budget.
Great. Seeing no more questions from council. Thank you very much, Melanie, for the presentation. And it's really nice to see our reserves finally creeping up again. I need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report FIN 21-14 2020 year-end results and transfers dated June 7th, 2021 be received, and that the 2020 surplus below be transferred to reserves as outlined in Appendix B. 2,542,456 in operational levy, 439,231 in sewer, 486,758 in water, 511 in downtown improvement area. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to item 8.1A, the Buy Local campaign. It was lifted by Councillor Bothwell. Oh yes, we just need a seconder to receive this, get it on the floor. Second by Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a quick question. I think it's to the CAO. So the funds that we've received for this initiative were received by the town, and I just want to understand how we rolled this out from through our economic development, and how we got it to the chamber as the lead. And then what happens, I understand from the presentation, now her presentation noted the project team members, and then hers included Tim Schultzma or something from the 4 Grimsby as well. The report does not include him. And then they've donated, or they're contributing $5,000 as a nonprofit towards the social media campaign and a website. Just wondering, with that website, which is a new .ca, Grimsby's got it. What type of oversight does the town have on that website, and what happens if this private entity, whatever, has ownership of it, and Grimsby wants to continue or not continue? From an IT perspective, it's a totally separate from the hosting by the town. So I just want to understand how that works long term, and how that IT relationship will work, and in promoting it, because I know we're doing a number of initiatives already through social media and online, and we've got the Bang the Table, and we've got the DIA and the Friendly by Nature, and some Facebook pages and other links that the town has access to. So I just want to understand how this Grimsby's Got It CA page links into the rest of the town social media. Thank you.
Mayor, on that last item, I will have to do a little more digging for you, Councillor Bothwell, and get back to you, because we were looking at it as short term to September. I did hear the chambers, the team saying they would try to do it much longer. So I will do a little more research on that website and the copyright of that, et cetera, to get back to you on that. As far as the funding, once we knew that through COVID we couldn't run what we were going to call an industrial roundtable in January, I quickly went back to the region and said, do we still have that 10K? And I had to repurpose the application to a Buy Local campaign. We just felt that the timing would be right, that probably in the summer we'd really have to really bolster up the small businesses in our community. So I went back to the region with a new application, and they approved it. We got the $10,000, and we're putting that in the economic development budget. We had planned for, 5 to 10K in the active budget for 2021. So we just repurposed that grant with our matching 5K cash with 5K in kind, so we could contribute to this. Knowing that we have someone away on a leave for illness, I reached out to the chamber to see if they could help me, because we wanted to do this across the community in all sections, including north and east and west and the DIA. So the chamber did volunteer their time, and Rachel and I are helping, the chamber work on this as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report CAO 21-08 Buy Local Campaign update dated June 7th, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to item 8.1B, request for legal opinion disclosed. That was lifted by Councillor Ritchie. I need a seconder to get it on the floor.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Bain. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is information request. At the last meeting I had requested, or the 17th I had requested. If you recall, we had a discussion on whether items were a reconsideration of a matter or not. And the mayor had gone out and stated he had gotten a legal opinion and didn't want to share it. So I just wanted to read that to you. Mayor Jordan, this is from our lawyer. Further to our earlier discussion, I've had the opportunity to consider the question you put to me, to wit, whether it is a reconsideration for a matter that has been removed or deleted from a meeting agenda to be put back on to a subsequent meeting agenda. I consulted with a parliamentarian to ensure that I got a second opinion. Her, in my view, is that if there was a motion and a mover and a seconder, discussion and a vote on the question of the removal of the matter from the agenda, then the reinstatement of the same matter at a future meeting would probably be a reconsideration. I reviewed the town's procedural bylaw 20-65, and it does not seem to cover the specific issue. The parliamentarian also referred me to Rule 38 of Robert's Rules of Order, which I think is applicable. 38, renewal of a motion. When an original main motion of an amendment has been adopted or rejected, or a main motion has been postponed indefinitely, or an objection to its consideration has been sustained, it or practically the same motion cannot be again brought forward or be brought before the assembly at the same session, except by a motion to reconsider or to rescind the vote, but it may be introduced again at any future session. I understand your initial reasoning. There was no substantive consideration. However, procedurally, if there was a motion to remove, delete, and it was voted upon, to bring the same matter back on a future agenda would constitute a reconsideration of the matter. The rationale is that the council gave initial consideration to the matter by removing, deleting. That means if it comes back, it is a reconsideration. So with that being said, I wanted to say that I'm glad that we were correct in regards to the opinion on voting in a reconsideration, but I'm still very upset in the fact that that what happened at that meeting wasn't very transparent and wasn't democratic. And I think that we need to do something about this so it doesn't happen again. And so I've prepared an amendment to the motion to receive. And I will send that to the clerk now, and then I'll read it out.
With all due respect, Councillor Ritchie.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I have the floor, and I'm going to put a motion on the floor. I'll read it first. Motion: whereas the mayor is the CEO of the town of Grimsby under the Municipal Act, and whereas the CEO's roles and responsibilities are clearly defined under the Municipal Act. And whereas the mayor does not have the right to go directly to legal counsel, third-party consultant, or parliamentarian and withhold that advice from counsel. And whereas the mayor has participated in this practice in the past, and whereas the mayor through these actions received legal advice that offered important information for all of council to make a decision. And whereas the mayor did not share this legal opinion to all of council, and whereas these actions do have a financial impact to the taxpayers of the town of Grimsby. Therefore, be it resolved that we suspend the mayor or any other member of council from obtaining any and all legal advice individually unless this request goes through the town of Grimsby CAO or as directed by council by way of vote through a motion or resolution. And be it further resolved that we ask the clerk to work with legal to bring back best practices on this matter. And be it further resolved that if this motion is passed, that we as a council will consider this matter to be closed. I look for a seconder. Well, I don't know if I need a seconder. I can make that friendly amendment if Councillor Vane's in.
I'll second it.
And I just sent that motion to the clerk.
Yeah, and I would like to make a comment. With all due respect, Councillor Ritchie, the Municipal Act and or our strategic priorities provide many paths that allow me as mayor and CEO to request a formal opinion from legal counsel. For example, I have to ensure that business at our meetings is carried out efficiently and effectively, or that I provide information to council to ensure correct policies and procedures are in place. Fulfilling my duties does not need a vote of council.
And I thank you for the comment, Mayor Jordan. But again, it says exactly, get information provided to council, and that's what you did not do at the last meeting. And so therefore, I'm not going to prohibit you from doing your duties. It's just the request should go through the clerk, so then we ensure it gets shared to all of council.
Point of
Councillor Vardy.
I do know a point of inquiry, if I may. I
believe I have the floor.
I said point
I
of
believe
inquiry.
I have the floor.
Point of order then, okay? So now that I have
Councillor Vane, point of order. Yes, I'd like to hear it.
I believe, based on legal advice that I have received, I believe we need some very clear direction from our legal counsel on what roles you believe you have. Because I've read a case today which clearly says you don't have the authorities you think you have. And I'd be more than willing to give you the case name. It's called the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry. And it very clearly, the judge said very clearly that a mayor, as a CEO under the Municipal Act, which he feels should be removed as the title, because he says the CEO title has nowhere near the regular responsibilities of a regular CEO. And that is under the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry. And I think we need some very to undermine anybody here. I just think we need clarification. So I would respectfully request that we get a legal opinion at our next council meeting on the powers and the roles that you believe you have, because I believe we have a difference of opinion here. That was only my point of order. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to defer this motion. And I'd also like to state, for the record, I am really just sick and tired of these constant attacks on our mayor. Yes, you can make a point of order, point of clarification, point of whatever, but this witch hunt has to stop.
Once again,
it's mean and malicious. And feel free to file integrity commissioner complaint against me, but your collective behavior is really out of line.
Councillor Vardy, you just need to stick to the resolution.
I've said my piece. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just with respect to the content of the email, it's unfortunate that Mr. Mascarin is not here to speak to it, because I just wondered if he would, and maybe the clerk needs to do this as an information request to Mr. Mascarin, if the content of his email is deemed advice to the mayor, because he doesn't in here anywhere indicate that he's providing advice to the mayor. It looks more like an informational email where he even says, I think, and it's my view, and I understand your initial reasoning. There was no substantive consideration. He raises a number of questions in here, and it almost seems like a discourse that's informational rather than legal advice. And he doesn't anywhere say it's not on corporate letterhead, nothing. So I just would like to have the clerk ask Mr. Mascarin if this email to the mayor is actually deemed legal advice and valid and binding. Thank you.
We actually have a motion to defer on the floor, so we just need a seconder for that. Councillor Frick. Moved by Councillor Barty, second by Councillor Frick. Resolved that the matter regarding the request for legal opinion to be disclosed be deferred. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I put a motion on the floor that was seconded. So she's trying to defer my motion or defer this report being received? Because we do have the motion that's on the floor that I do believe takes precedence at this time. As it was, if Councillor Vane's in agreement, it's a friendly amendment.
I agree with Councillor Ritchie.
Look at the order precedence. We have deferral. The deferral is before the amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it can be deferred at any time.
Yeah, it's deferral over before amendment.
Yes, we've had a ruling from the clerk, and the deferral takes precedent over the friendly amendment.
Correct, Mr. Mayor, but I'm saying is the deferral, in my opinion, is on the friendly amendment that was made.
I think it's on the whole motion, isn't it? Or
Is it the motion as amended, though?
So a motion to defer takes precedence over a motion to amend. And I believe Councillor Vardy put a motion to defer. Are you deferring the amended motion, Councillor Vardy?
The motion was already amended.
No, I think I deferred it before it got amended.
To
No, I don't
receive.
think so.
Nope, I read the motion to friendly amendment and Councillor Vane agreed. So it would have been approved, and
think
then
it was before
Vardy
that.
spoke
I
afterwards.
think perhaps our clerk could clarify.
Sarah?
Yes, I think the friendly amendment happened before, so we would be, you would be deferring the motion, the amended friendly motion.
Fine, then I'll defer the friendly motion. The
Councillor
friendly
Bothwell?
amendment motion. I just want to defer the matter.
Okay, yeah, Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp? Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's defeated.
So I'll read the motion. Whereas the mayor is the CEO of the town of Grimsby under the Municipal Act, and whereas the CEO's roles and responsibilities are clearly defined under the Municipal Act, and whereas the mayor does not have the right to go directly to legal counsel, third party, consultant, or parliamentarian and withhold that advice from council, and whereas the mayor has participated in this practice in the past, and whereas the mayor, through these actions, received legal advice that offered important information for all of council to make a decision, and whereas the mayor did not share this legal opinion to all of council, whereas these actions do have a financial impact to the taxpayers of the town of Grimsby, therefore be it resolved that we suspend the mayor or any other member of council from obtaining any and all legal advice individually, unless this request goes through the town of Grimsby CAO or as directed by council by way of vote through a motion or resolution. And be it further resolved that we ask the clerk to work with legal to bring back best practices on this matter, obtaining legal opinions. And be it further resolved that if this motion is passed, that we, as a council, will consider this matter to be closed.
Councillor Bothwell?
Sorry, clerk, for a point of clarity, can I put my information request at this point, or has it already been recorded?
It's already been recorded.
Thank you. I'm a no on this.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane? Councillor Vane?
Yes, sorry.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to item 8.1C, final report, MPI Transition Committee. Can't remember who lifted it, but
It's me.
Councillor Frake.
Yeah,
I just need a seconder to get it on the floor. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to suggest that under the circumstances that we've delayed the NPI study and the AGM, that we also delay this particular report and this particular pesticides report for at least until after we've had another evaluation or another appraisal of what we're trying to do from earlier session. I don't want to get into confidential information here. So I'm suggesting that because, I mean, we have our best experience are the two folks that are noted on this, or the three folks that are noted on this particular report. So I'd like to suggest we delay this as long as we possibly can, because we lose that expertise if we do that. And I don't think that would be very wise of us at this point in time. So I'm asking council to consider deferring this or delaying this for as long as possible. We can decide on a date. I don't know what that is, but that's my suggestion, and I welcome everybody else's comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, if you are asking for a deferral, then we vote on the deferral. There's not comments on it.
Well, I would like to have a deferral if that's the case.
Yep.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Sharp.
So in our procedural bylaw, it says that a deferral, you have to make it, you can't make a comment before motioning a deferral. You have to make the deferral when you open your comment. So because it's not fair to all of the rest of council to allow one person to speak and then call for a deferral, and then everybody else has to be quiet. If I could refer to the clerk, I remember when she wrote the procedure that was part of it.
I think all Councillor Frake did is give his reason why he wanted a deferral. So I don't think he really spoke on it.
I think he did, and there was talk about reasons why. And
I think you look. Maybe I'm not as versed in the rules of order like you are, Councillor Sharp, but that is exactly what I meant. And I'm sorry if you all are going to bounce on me because I wanted to do this. But anyways, go for it. Thank you. I would like to defer.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. It's not. I don't think anyone's trying to bounce on anyone.
Oh, come on.
No.
Get off your high horse.
To bring up a deferral.
Councillor Frake, that's a warning.
You need it to second.
Yeah, I'm not trying to attack anyone.
Seconded. That's the only issue.
But I want my chance to chair.
Yeah.
Like there's a debate going on. I want my chance.
So I'm going to ask the clerk for a ruling on this. Yeah, the clerk has ruled that it's a proper deferral. He was just framing what he was doing essentially. So I'm going to allow the deferral.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. This hasn't been seconded, and I don't think you have the right to second the deferral. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do.
Yeah, I think it was seconded by Councillor Vardy, I thought, but
No, it wasn't at the time.
Well, there wasn't an opportunity at the time.
That's fine. I'd like to see more discussion on it, so I'm going to go vote against.
all right, so we have the deferral on the table. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report TC 21-05, final report on MPI Transition Committee dated June 7th, 2021 be deferred. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No.
Councillor Frake,
Of course, yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's defeated.
All right, now we move back to the original motion. Where'd that go? All right, so the original motion moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Discussion. We have Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jordan. Although I can understand the concerns of having this deferred and all the rest, I want to point out that the report that we received in, I believe, September of 2019, when we first put them on, was to have them there to be part of a transitional team in regards to establish a transition committee to finalize the terms of the share purchase agreement. And that has come to a close on April 7th. So if we do need their expertise in the future, then we can always ask them to come back. But I think these items need to be clearly defined and separated. We shouldn't take the intent of what we did in the past and change the intent and continue on. And that's why for this, I will be voting for the recommendation of this report, because they need to be two clearly distinct items.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. If you will recall, the reason that the five of us were put on the MPI board was to ensure that we had director's insurance moving forward, particularly in light of the biodigester litigation. A special committee of NPI was struck to handle the finalization of the biodigester sale. The shareholder council does not have the authority to disband that special committee. Only NPI board has that authority to disband that committee. And I want to tell you that there is a process to change directors. It is set out by the Ontario Business Corporations Act. The way that this has been done in the past is not legal. But now that we know the legal way to do this, and I know how strongly all of you feel about doing things the legal way, I do not understand why you would not want to proceed with the way that is set out by the Ontario Business Corporations Act. I question the wisdom of removing two highly productive NPI directors, Rob Hatton and Delight DeVoley. They're the ones that have brought you so much information about NPI. When we were put on there as directors, we weren't just sitting there twiddling our thumbs. We were being NPI directors and doing the business of NPI directors. And you have seen most recently and over the past few months, the benefits of having highly capable people on that board. Now, should council wish to dismiss them and myself, that is the purview of council. However, you have to do it the proper way, and this isn't it. So I strongly suggest that you put this motion aside, get legal advice from perhaps the NPI lawyer on how boards are selected, how boards are changed, so that the council's actions are in line with the Ontario Business Corporations Act. I'm not asking, like, I know what the 5-4 vote is going to be. That's no secret. And if you really think people will come back after you kick them in the head and disparage them the way that you do, good luck to you. They won't come back. But the point of the matter is, if you're going to do it properly, do it legally. Thank you. Oh, and might I add, we're talking about glass ceilings. You have an excellent board director in Delight DeVoley, a highly accomplished woman, a highly accomplished accountant, very, very thoughtful, very, very logical. And that's who you want to punt from the board, because you have no full understanding of what an NPI board director does. Even when it's laid out in front of you, you still don't seem to get it. So, I don't know why you're putting the town at risk this way. So, I mean, we can't fight you because it's always 5-4, no matter what it is. You vote against the Constitution of Canada. I mean, you don't seem to care about anything, but at least if you're going to do this, do it legally. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the speech by Councillor Vardy. The unnecessary part was about Delight DeVoley. I personally have tremendous amount of respect for Ms. DeVoley, and I think she's done a great job, but it has nothing to do with anything part of the decision tonight. So please, let's not muddy the waters, okay? Let's be, you say stay on topic, let's stay on topic. These people were put on as representatives of the council to finalize the biodigester deal, which was finalized in December, which is why 2 of the other members chose to step down and resign, because they had fulfilled their obligation as put forward by the motion. The motion further stated that it was only to go until April 7th. So we can try all the little, talk we want and about laws and constitution and all that. It's second nature to me, this kind of stuff. So, you know what, I am feeling very confident in making our decision, and I have no problem with it. And April 7th was the cutoff date, and I realize you and your friends want to stay on the board, but you know what, there's a lot more factors here that you're not telling the public. So let's just let it go and move on.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bain is making an insinuation, and I want him to retract that. He is implying that we have some ulterior motivation. Quite frankly, I don't care if I'm on that board, and neither do the other 2. They only do it for the sake of the town. And I find what he has said to be absolutely slanderous. And
Councillor
Bain,
Bain.
Apology. You can make a complaint. Either way, the truth will come out. So you take your choice. I'm not retracting anything.
Point of order again. What's this with this? The truth will come out. Come on, you're making statements that people can read really negative things.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I'm not making any statements.
You just did. I'm sorry.
Order. Okay. Councillor Bain, what do you mean by the truth will come out?
That's pretty simple English. The truth will come out if you want to push this.
Push it. I want to hear it. I want to hear your
Councillor
truth.
Vardy.
No, I want to hear the court of law.
I'm going to give you both warnings. You both can you mute both of them, please? We're moving to Councillor Bothwell now.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Listening to the conversation, and I know that we understand how legal things can get complicated with the biodigester, et cetera. I'm not comfortable with this motion, this recommendation, the way it's worded, in the sense that it says that staff be directed to amend bylaw 0020 as amended according to current status. And in the report, it says, finally, it is recommended that staff proceed with the review of bylaw 0020 as amended, being a bylaw to approve the incorporation of a corporation and subsidiaries under the Business Corporations Act Niagara Power Incorporated be amended to remove the incorporation of subsidiaries that are no longer applicable. It's a much bigger issue here. This recommendation is asking us to approve that staff who are not legal experts proceed with reviewing and amending a bylaw that has to do with the incorporation of NPI, et cetera, and removing the incorporation of subsidiaries. We learned that lesson with the biodigester that staff doesn't do that. This has got to be the realm of legal, and the whole Holdco 2 thing and everything came about as a result. So I'm really not comfortable with staff taking a lead on removing the subsidiaries under this bylaw and determining the wording without legal advice. So my recommendation is that I'm asking for an amendment to the recommendations that it should be that staff proceed with consultation with a corporate lawyer, a lawyer versed in the Ontario Business Corporations Act, to review the bylaw 0020 as amended, to determine the next steps with respect to the incorporation of subsidiaries and with respect to the termination of the directors. That's my amendment to the motion, please. And report back to council. There's no way I'm comfortable with these recommendations as they're worded, that staff move ahead and just act without council's and legal's opinions.
So Councillor Bothwell, we're just adding on the last line that staff through legal be directed to amend bylaw 0020 as amended according to the current status. Is that the
staff with the not with legal, not necessarily our legal, because I don't think our legal are corporate experts. So with the assistance of a corporate legal advice, proceed with the review.
Right,
not that they enact anything, that they review the next steps with respect to the incorporation and report.
The clerk has a clarification that might help you, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, when we looked at bylaw 0020, there were subsidiaries companies like GHI that's no longer active. And talking to the chair, Kurt Whitnell of NPI, we found that it would be a very complex amendment. So we will be working through NPI and it's legal to amend this bylaw. So that was our intention for sure.
Well, that's not how it's worked in the recommendation. It's so, and I think that I think we need to come, and I wanted to add the portion that review should incorporate the termination of the directors and that report should come back to council. So I'm
outside of the bylaw, because the bylaw wouldn't have the committee members on. Yeah.
Well, because there's two recommendations in this, there's 1, 2, and 3 points, and I'm asking that not only that staff are directed to, because the motion says that staff be directed to amend bylaw, and no, I think we have to come back with the review from legal on the bylaw as well as on the termination of the director positions, and that report should come to council for further
consideration.
Yep. Thank you.
Can we separate those two amendments?
Point of order. The amendment hasn't been seconded at this time, so it's not even an amendment on the floor right now. And then we can proceed to discuss.
I'll second it.
Councillor Frake has seconded. On the amendment, Councillor Bothwell. Right. So the clerk's just working on splitting the amendment. Okay, the ruling is that we've split these into two different resolutions. So we're going to speak on the first one, continue speaking on the first one. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just want to take this opportunity to thank the 5 members of NPI for the good work they did for the biodigester, getting us, the town was in a real pickle with that biodigester. And I know Councillor Dunstall he lived it a little bit, but I lived the whole life of it. It was horrible. So really, I'm very grateful and thankful for the 5 members of NPI for doing that work. Now, just following through the whole process here, and again, when the work was completed in April of this year, and again, I can't say enough good things. So that, to me, that work is done and their job is done. So to move forward, I have my own feelings about NPI right now, and I won't get into them. I will in the future as we move forward. But I just wanted to state that again. Thank you for the people that did the work there. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sharp, you're muted.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I also want to say thank you and that I'm grateful for the members of the GEI board who successfully sold the biodigester. It was probably the most important thing when we were coming into this. And that is done. And then there was a transition to sell that, to complete the terms of sale. And so I want to thank the members. We're very grateful for the work that they did on GEI and for the transition work they did on NPI. And I also agree that now that the work is done, we thank them for that work. Thanks.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. You're saying we're discussion on the first parts. Can you clarify that for me first?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there was a request to split the question on the main motion, which is the recommendation within the report. But so we did split the two parts. but on both parts, there were amendment. So the motion to amend goes first. So we'll be voting on the motion to amend on the first part first. And then back to the original motion, and then the motion to amend on the second part, and then the original motion, depending on how the amendment goes.
So the first part, we're dealing with the board members, is that correct?
Yes, the assignment of the MPI Transition Committee.
Okay, so again, I want to thank them for the time they've put in. When I look at this amendment, I can't support the amendment. I mean, we want to talk about the Ontario Corporations Act and all the rest. I'm just curious, did we follow that to put them on the boards? I don't think we did.
No, we didn't.
No, so I guess they're there illegally anyway. So maybe it's best we do remove them as quick as possible. So
And let's do it legally. I'd like to make a motion to amend.
it can't be illegally when it was never legal in the first place. So
We can do it legally now.
I want to thank them for their time. They did some great work. And I hope that some of the stuff that I hear of, like the potential lease agreement that never brought to council, that none of that's true. Thank you.
Point of order. I wonder if Councillor Ritchie could repeat what he said about a potential lease agreement.
Sure. So I've heard rumors that there was a potential lease agreement before the sale of the biodigester that was never brought to council. Do you know, is there any truth to that? I heard it was with Storm Fisher.
It was never. It was
Yeah,
never.
I think that this is completely off topic, and
I'm happy to
for
discuss
another
it. I'm happy to
place.
discuss it in closed.
I think it should have been discussed a long time ago.
Well,
Mayor,
then we'd still be bankrupt.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor, I have my
we're
hand.
going to have to stop this crosstalk. I'm going to start to give warnings, and I will remove people. Councillor Vane. Yes, Councillor Vane, I'm getting to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I understand everybody's frustration, and I want to be very clear that I am very thankful. As a matter of fact, prior to the election, I had spoken to Mr. Hatton, and based on his experience on the board, I fully suggested that he should probably try and get back on. So I am a supporter, and Ms. DeVoli and Mr. Hatton have both been excellent in doing what they've done. My concerns, as Councillor Ritchie started to allude to, and I'm not going to open up any conversations, there was a number of things this members of council I have concerns with. I have no issues with Mr. Hatton or Ms. DeVoli. They did a fantastic job. They've done their work. They've been, done what, received whatever stipend they were supposed to, and that's fine. I say move on. But I think to just turn around and say, well, you made a mistake, it was wrong, but we'll continue it just because it was wrong. No, you can't do that. They were supposed to be off, all three of you were supposed to be off April 7th. And I think we just need to follow the policy and get through and stop making this personal between everybody. Members of council, we don't agree on a lot of things, and that's fine. You know what? That's something we have to either deal with or just move on. But let's not take the other members of the board, the two Jims who retired or resigned in December when everything was completed. I thank them. I thank Mr. Hatton and Ms. DeVoli for continuing on. They've all done a wonderful job. Councillor Vardy, I know you put a lot of work in, and I thank you for yours. But I think we need to move on. We need to follow through on what we originally passed, which was to have them come off April 7th. And we've got to stop this petty arguing. It's not getting us anywhere. Thank you.
On that note, I'm going to read the amended resolution. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frey. Resolved that report TC 21-05, final report on NPI Transition Committee dated June 7th, 2021 be received, and that staff work with the MPI board to review the assignment of the MPI Transition Committee and report back to council. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
I'm sorry, Sarah, there's the two motions. This one is about the termination of the members.
Yes.
Can you read that motion one more time, please, Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, could you please reread that?
Sure.
Slowly?
Yes. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report TC 21-05, final report on NPI Transition Committee dated June 7th, 2021 be received, and that staff work with the NPI board to review the assignment of the NPI Transition Committee and report back to council. Recorded vote.
Councillor Both?
This will allow them to stay on the board at this time? Point of
Put it-
clarity.
It sounds like-
Yes, the way it's worded, yes.
Counselor Bothwell? Counselor Dunstall?
No.
Counselor Frake?
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell?
No.
Counselor Ritchie?
No.
Counselor Sharp?
No.
Counselor Vane?
No.
Counselor Vardy?
Well, if this were being done legally, I'd say yes, but because it's not, I'm afraid I have to vote no.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's defeated. So here's the original motion we voted.
Moved by Counselor Frake. Oh, sorry, muted myself. Moved by Counselor Frake, second by Counselor Ritchie. Resolved that report TC 21-05, final report on NPI Transition Committee dated June 7th, 2021 be received, and that given the work of the NPI Transition Committee has been completed, the assignment of Delight Devoli, Rob Hatton, and Counselor Leanne Barty on the Niagara Power Incorporated Board be terminated. And recorded vote?
Counselor Both?
I don't think I seconded that.
I'll second it.
What happened? Just a point of clarity, Councillor Frake asked for it to be lifted, so he was the mover. I seconded it.
Okay, I lifted it. I'll second that.
Counselor Bothwell?
Can you read the motion one more time?
Yes. Mayor, do you want to read? Sorry.
For clarity, I'll read the whole thing over again. Moved by Counselor Frake, seconded by Counselor Ritchie. Resolved that report TC 21-05, final report on MPI Transition Committee dated June 7th, 2021 be received, and that given the work of the MPI Transition Committee has been completed, the assignment of Delight Devoli, Rob Hatton, and Counselor Leanne Barty on the Niagara Power Incorporated Board be terminated.
Counselor Bothwell? Counselor Dunstall?
Yes.
Counselor Frake?
No.
Counselor Cadwell?
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie?
Yes.
Counselor Sharp?
Yes.
Counselor Vane?
Yes.
Counselor Vardy?
No, although I'd be happy to resign if this were done legally. Thank you.
Mayor Jordan, point of order.
No.
Could you ask the counselor to please stop making comments when she votes? She's been warned already for crosstalk, and this will be the second.
She.
Pardon me,
All right.
Mayor Jordan, could you please
Yes,
dismiss
I
the
heard
member?
that. I'm not going to dismiss the member right now. She's already had a warning.
Okay, well, please take this seriously, and thanks, Mayor Jordan.
And Mayor Jordan? Your vote?
Let me see the resolution again. That'd be a no. All right.
That's defeated.
Point of clarity, I think it was a 5-4 vote in favor.
I'm so sorry. Yes, that is carried.
All right, so we have an amendment, the other amendment now. All right. It is confusing. Moved by Counselor Bothwell, second by Counselor Frake. Resolved that staff work with the MPI board and its legal to bring a draft amended bylaw 0020 as amended for consideration. Recorded vote?
I'm sorry, could you read that one more time, Mr. Mayor? I'm sorry.
It's fine. I didn't ask if there was any discussion either. So moved by Counselor Bothwell, second by Counselor Frake. Resolved that staff work with the MPI board and its legal to bring a draft amended amendment of bylaw 00-20 as amended for consideration.
Counselor Bothwell?
Voted on
Yes.
previously? Sorry, point of clarification. I apologize. I'm just confused. Which bylaw? Is this the bylaw we just defeated?
No, it was separated
Okay.
earlier.
Sorry.
And so
My
this is
apologies.
the separate, the third piece that was separate. We're discussing separately or voting on separately. That's okay.
Counselor Bothwell?
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall?
No. No.
Counselor Frake?
Yes.
Counselor Cowell?
Nope.
Counselor Ritchie?
No.
Counselor Sharp?
No.
Counselor Vane?
No.
Counselor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's defeated.
So because that was defeated, now we have to go back to the original motion that would be coupled together and voted on again.
Could I make a friendly amendment to that motion?
Yes, we can listen to that.
That we hold a special meeting as outlined by the Ontario Business Corporations Act in order to properly execute the removal of these 3 board members.
I think we've already decided on that. That was carried. So that part of the resolution was carried. So we have discussion. I'll read the resolution and moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that staff be directed to amend bylaw 00-20 as amended according to the current status. So discussion, Councillor Sharp, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I know this has been quite confusing. There's been a deferral, an amendment. The amendment was split. We passed the first half of the motion. If we pass this motion, then we've essentially approved the report as it's written without any amendments or deferrals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we've approved 1 and 2 as written, and now we're approving recommendation number 3 as it was written in the staff report. So all of that was we had these motions to change it and defer it and amend it, and it's going to just be passed as recommended by the staff report. So I'll vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion or comments, I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that staff be directed to amend bylaw 00-20 as amended according to the current status. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell?
No.
Counselor Dunstall?
Yes.
Counselor Frake?
No.
Counselor Cowell?
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie?
Yes.
Counselor Sharp?
Yes.
Counselor Vane?
Yes.
Counselor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to report or item 8.2C, Parks and Recreation Information Report. That was lifted by Councillor Bothwell. Just need a seconder to get it on the floor, and then we'll hear from Sarah Sweeney. Seconder, Councillor Frake, and welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions from Councillor Bothwell when the time is right.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Councillor Bothwell, did you want to go first?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just, again, I wanted to commend Sarah on the excellent report and all the updates that she's provided. I think if she can give us a quick highlights of some of the neat stuff that's going on. I did particularly I like the bee on the tree in Southward Park. I thought that was really neat that you got the beekeeper come to save them all. But the idea about the shagbark hickory that came down in the Grimsby Beach and the planting of the baby shagbark at the base of the stump is just amazing, an amazing story of rejuvenation and trying to honor the old growth heritage trees in that area by planting a similar Carolinian tree at its base. And I'm just throwing out there that to the developer DeSantis at the corner of Nels and Main, with the recent loss of our copper beech on the corner, that I think it would be an awesome memorial to plant a baby copper beech heritage tree there on that corner. So I'm just throwing that out there because I thought this was an awesome initiative. And Sarah, just thank you again for this report. It's just amazing the amount of work you've got on the go. The waterfront park project for Casablanca, really looking forward to that. People love the new garbage bins you've got around. Just thank the staff, as June is Parks and Rec month as well. And I just want to reach out and do a shout out to all your staff for working so hard, considering that June is Parks and Rec month. So pass along my best to them as well, please, and yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bothwell. I will definitely pass it along to the team. They're working very hard and now getting very excited to start to see reopening. So there'll be even more to come.
And I just wanted to commend you for the rainbow benches as well. The one out in front of Town Hall that's moving to the library and the one in front of PKC. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and great report, Sarah. A lot of good information in there. I just want to talk about the pet waste / garbage receptacles. Read through that. It's definitely for pet waste. It's an ongoing issue in a lot of municipalities. I know you and we had a brief conversation, and and thank you for the information you passed on to me with regards to the number of the approximate sale of dog tags at this point is, I think you said it was about 1,200, Sarah, roughly. So that's a lot of dogs in our town, which is great. I'm happy to see that. But I just want to briefly, and I'll send you the information, Sarah. There's a company called Cetera. They're affiliated with another company out of Waterloo, and they're doing a pilot project with the city of Hamilton. They've done Mississauga, a few other municipalities, where what it is, it's a container for dog waste that is in the ground. It's like a chamber in the ground, but it has an opening at the top. And I found this very interesting. I read it in a magazine that the company will, you hire them and they'll install one of those. By the pilot projects that are going on in other municipalities, you only need one of those in each dog park or park, wherever you want to put them. And then again, the company will, they're on a contract to maintain and service them. And they take the waste to an area in Waterloo where the waste is made into fertilizer and also used to generate electricity, which I found very interesting. But because I'm sure, Sarah, you can maybe briefly talk about the challenges with staff when you have to pick up that waste and that. So anyways, I'll stop there, but I will send you the information. I went on their website, and I think it's something that maybe we could have a look at. But anyway, so if you want to add to that, Sarah, that's fine, because we did have a good conversation this afternoon. Thank you.
I'll just touch on it super briefly. Thanks, Councillor Cadwell. I have had a conversation with more than one of you regarding pet waste. It is a bit of an ongoing challenge. And we are exploring a variety of options, really trying to couple it as well with parks waste and how we're managing the whole system, because you can't really look at them in isolation. They need to be looked at together. So I look forward to your information. I know our parks and facilities managers also found a couple of other options and how we can not only address the pet waste, which is also, we need the residents to help us out and put it in the proper receptacles, but also work on, as much as we can, diverting waste to the proper location. So we will come back with further information. I just wanted to acknowledge that we are hearing it and we are working on it.
Good. Yeah, thank you, sir. And I'll also CC Michael too for the information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just a quick comment on the shagbark hickory tree planting. I see a little baby shagbark hickory tree. I have a couple of hickory trees in my yard, and they're not so old as this, but I'm also on the Green Committee at the town, and we talk a lot about tree planting, and we're trying to figure out ways to get, for example, shagbark hickory trees. There's not a lot of them in nurseries. And so it's difficult to buy like a 5-year-old shagbark hickory tree to plant. And at my house, because I have 6 hickory trees in my yard or something, or 4, I've got seedlings popping up everywhere. So this year, when I've been doing my gardening, I've been pulling them out and putting them in pots. And right now I've got 3 or 4 pots in the back. One of them is almost 3 feet tall already. I'm putting a shed in. Had a seedling that's been growing for a while, and so I'm looking for a place to plant these hickory trees, and there's a couple maple trees. They're just seedlings. It'd be a great thing we could do through the Green Committee. Maybe if anyone's interested, we've thought about planting our own tree nurseries in the town of Grimsby, and that would be something really cool to do. So anyways, thanks for the report, and I just wanted to comment about the hickory trees.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thanks.
Again, Sarah, thank you very much for the report. Seeing no further questions. Yeah, I'm looking forward to our Green Committee. Hopefully it's at the end of the month. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frick. Resolved that report DRS 21-17 Parks and Recreation Information Report dated June 7th, 2021 be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to 11.2. A, Councillor Vardy, grant advance green Main Street at Nellis Road. Just need a seconder to, well, we'll get a seconder and then you can speak to it.
Okay.
Seconder, Councillor Bothwell. Welcome, or go ahead, Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, there's increasing traffic at that intersection, and just east of the intersection, there's a lot of in and out traffic. There's shoppers, there's monks, there's the Coles Pond store. So that there's, and of course there's Tim Hortons. So there's a lot of people kind of just past that intersection entering and exiting, and it's become a very, very busy intersection. And right at that intersection, there is also a kindergarten. I think it's like preschool to grade 2. So I think an advanced green would help to control the traffic a little better. And, while someone was, I know jaywalking, someone was killed there, but it has to do with there's so much traffic just at the intersection and then near the intersection moving slightly east. I think it would be good to ask the region to put in an advanced green. Now we have turning lanes, so it's really a matter of just changing the lights. But it is real, it's a safety concern. And I think anything we can do to make the intersection safer would be a good idea.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. After Councillor Vardy brought this up as a notice of motion, I went a couple Fridays ago and I sat at that intersection on different sides and watched. And she's very, very correct in that it is a very dangerous intersection. I'm going to say that I don't think the flashing green is the right way to go. It's just my opinion, and just as this motion is Councillor Vardy's opinion. But because I watched, one of the biggest problems I found sitting in that intersection, and I sat there for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then I went to Roberts Road, and then I went to Olive Street. So I was checking out all these streets that people are complaining about. And the one thing I found is that people come racing up Nellis Road, and they get to the intersection, and whether the light's red or green, they slow down and roll right through it. And as you say, the person who is jaywalking, and it doesn't justify them losing their life, but it does happen that people jaywalk. I agree with Councillor Vardy that something needs to be done in this intersection. I don't think the flashing green or the advanced green is the way to go. I think what we need to do is first of all, I think the big tree that fell down, and as sad as and unfortunate it was, and that did break my heart when that happened, it also opened up a lot of the vision of that intersection. But again, I think the biggest problem is we've got to make people aware. I think, and just an opinion, something more appropriate might be a flashing yellow light with a yield sign saying yield to pedestrians or something. It catches people's attention. Because without something like that, if you have just an advanced green, people are still going to run through that light. Something else, I put a notice of motion in tonight too, to have the town holistically look at traffic measures around town. Like I say, I went to 3 different streets that day, and Roberts Road, again, another one it's got a lot of complaints. There were some very specific things I pointed out there, or I noticed there, sorry. But I think Councillor Vardy, I applaud her for bringing this forward. I just don't think the flashing green or the advanced green is the right way to go. I think we need to bring people's attention to the fact that there's pedestrians there. And that's why I'm inclined to say a yield sign with a flashing yellow light for all directions. And I'd be willing to hear Brandon or Councillor Vardy, but I'd be willing to hear Brandon or the traffic expert as well. Thank you.
If I could just clarify, the advanced green was just on Main Street for the turns, not for Nellis.
Councillor Ritchie.
Which is why I'm making us to suggest we make the request to the region.
Councillor Ritchie.
Mr. Mayor, I thought Councillor Cavill was before me, if you could let him speak.
All right, it's just, I'm just going by the speakers list, the way it shows on my board. So, but if you want to defer to Councillor Cadwell, that's fine.
Have I got green light, Mayor, then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Yeah, I support Councillor Vardy's idea to this. I think I would look to staff too, obviously, and that's part of her notice of motion. Do we need to do does there need to have a traffic study done? Because I think there's, in a lot of cases, I know the intersection at Christie and Mountain there, or Christie and Main, there is an advanced green if you're heading north, so you're heading over heading towards the lake. But that only works when there's so many cars in a lane, I believe. So I would look for some clarification from staff or the region. But no, I think it's a great idea, even where the turns go into the Shoppers Drug Mart in the Meridian Plaza. I think wherever there's a left turning lane, let's enhance them and make them usable as for an advanced green. So I look to hear a report from staff and then the region too, obviously, because it's they're responsible for the traffic lights on Regional 81. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, when I look at the motion, I see that take all necessary actions to make the intersection vehicle and pedestrian safe. And I'm all for safety. In fact, at work we have a chart that tells you how many times more likely you're able to get into an accident. And in that intersection, there is a lot of signs, and the chart shows us that you're 3 times more likely when there's signage on the road to be into an accident. And when I see the signs there, can't help but think that heaven forbid, I hope that has nothing to do with any of the situations that's happened on that intersection. But I think everything needs to be looked at. And so with this, I know Councillor Dunstall hasn't spoken yet. So I'll leave it right now, but I'd rather refer this to staff for a report.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple things. One, I support Councillor Vardy in this and bringing it forward. I believe there is an advanced screen at Maple going eastbound, and I don't think that's as busy an intersection. So it looks like it really has merit, but I would agree too that maybe we should get staff involved, and maybe there's more than just the advanced screen, as Councillor Vane has suggested some yield signs. So maybe there's a multitude of things we need to do there, because it is an extremely busy intersection. So I'll support anything that we can do to improve the safety of that intersection. But I think we should really think about referring this to staff so that they could do a fulsome report and get the region involved too. I don't know what the criteria is to bring out a advanced screen at an intersection, but they sure know what it is. So yeah, but I'll support it.
Councillor Furtick is waving his hand, Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I'm going to let council speak on it first, and then I'll move to the regional councillor. Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I would like to make a motion to refer this to staff for a report.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, purpose for reporting clarification, I should say, I do have a notice of motion before council tonight, specifically asking for that to do a holistic look at the town as a whole. So I don't know if that would be a duplication or not. So I'm making you aware of it. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think to refer this issue to staff, because it is a specific issue, and it's something that staff can, in my opinion, can liaison with the region and come to a report really very quickly. Whereas I think yours, Councillor Vane, is a much larger ask, or scope. Thank you, Councillor Sharp. So we have Councillor Sharp.
I'll second his motion.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the matter in regards to the advanced green Main Street at Nellis Road be referred back to staff. Do you want to add anything, Councillor Sharp, like for a more fulsome report, or?
Well, one thing I would like to add, staff, if they could just note this, but I've sent some emails. It's the same with this light and the light at Christie Street. The pedestrian cross doesn't automatically change with the light. Often you have to wait for a full light cycle before the pedestrian cross will go. So if we could just include.
Yeah, I think what that is that's a timing issue, because being downtown a number of times, if you don't hit that button when the cycle's gone through, you have to wait a cycle. So
yeah,
that's what it is. So.
But you have to wait for the full cycle. So and we have a timed light downtown. It tells you like 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds. So you know how much time you have left to cross the road. But I think it encourages people to jaywalk, because you have to wait like for a full cycle of lights. It's rare that you get there. I go downtown a lot, and it's rare to get there at the right time to get the light in your favor. And then you end up having to wait, and you're like, well, it's my right of way. So you just walk without the crosswalk. And I think that encourages people to just ignore the crosswalk. And so I believe it might be an easy fix, but if staff could just put that on their mind when they're making the report, that would be appreciated.
Well, Brandon's certainly here and listening, so I'm sure he'll make a note of your comments, right, Brandon?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add clarity because these are regional intersections. I would defer to the region of Niagara, and I believe that's in the initial motion is to ask the region to review that. So if the, again, I understand the initial motion has talks about referring it to the region, and I would agree that that's probably the best approach in this case. Because it's under their authority, it would be ultimately their decision to review and address council's inquiries.
So just adding at the end of this, be referred back to staff to refer it to the region. Is that that work? All right. Okay, I'll read this again. Seeing no further discussion. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that matter in regards to the Advanced Green Main Street and Nellis Road be referred back to staff and for staff to refer it to the region. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have report 12.2A, report PA 2123 regarding site plan application 26 SP-16-2102, 169 Main Street East, West Lincoln Memorial Hospital.
Sorry, point of clarity. At what point do we get to the item in the? Does it come after this? The one that I lifted?
Yeah, it's right after this one, Councillor Bothwell. All right, who's speaking on this? Walter? All right. Hi, Walter. Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Maybe if we could get the slide deck started, then we can get going on this. Thank you, Donna. Okay, good evening, everybody. Following presentation is provided as a complement to report PA 2123 regarding a site plan application for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital redevelopment project. The images that you see here depict conceptual drawings of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital that have been shared with to us by Hamilton Health Sciences. Next slide, please. This diagram outlines the timeline for the various stages of work anticipated through hospital planning, construction, and opening. On December 2020, the Committee of Adjustment, Grimsby Committee of Adjustment, granted a minor variance to permit the new hospital building to have a maximum height of 22 meters and to permit an existing setback for the hospice at the north end of the site to allow for the merger of the two lots that are currently owned by Hamilton Health Sciences. The project is at Hamilton Health Sciences stage 3 of their approval process, as is indicated on the diagram on this slide. Currently, the project is in the first phase of the site plan application process with the town. That includes the submission of conceptual plans that have sufficient detail to enable a review in consideration of the proposal. The approved plans from the first stage will be used by Hamilton Health Sciences in their RFP process. Hamilton Health Sciences will next prepare their RFP, work with the 3 proponent consortiums that have been pre-selected to each prepare a proposed design. Then Hamilton Health Sciences will be selecting a winning bidder. Going forward, the town will receive the stage 2 site plan application package from the winning consortium that includes the detailed architectural, site, engineering, landscape, and other plans and documents that are required for a fulsome review of the site. The final approval will be concluded with a development agreement with the town. Construction will then be able to proceed following the issuance of a building permit. Next slide, please. Hamilton Health Sciences intends on keeping the existing hospital open during the development and construction of the project. This diagram illustrates the stage 1 site plan for the project. It should be noted that stage 1 design is an illustrative schematic design only. Winning consortium may deliver a different design for stage 2 of the site plan application. Stage 2 design may be materially different, but it will be required to conform to the requirements defined by the minor variance that was approved, the pre-consultation requirements for the submission, and this stage 1 site plan application process. Next slide, please. The proposed project conforms to the official plan policies with respect to compatibility, traffic input, scale, and location. The proposed project also conforms with the zoning requirements, and the minor variance is approved by the Committee of Adjustment. The following is a sample of some of the significant exceedances from the minimum zoning requirements that are contained in the proposal. As an example, a landscape strip of 25 meters is being proposed, where 3 meter wide landscape strip is required along Main Street. 252 parking spaces are being proposed when 180 are required. 14 accessible parking spaces where 9 are required, and a minimum of 20 bike parking spaces are proposed to be provided when 13 are required. Next slide, please. Comments through this review of the stage 1 application were received from the Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee, the Grimsby Public Works Department, Niagara Region, Grimsby Fire Department, Grimsby Power, and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The comments that have been received from staff and agencies are included in the appendix to the report and will be addressed primarily in the stage 2 submission. So in conclusion, staff recommends the approval of the stage 1 site plan submission for use by Hamilton Health Sciences in the RFP process, and that the matters outlined in the Appendix A to the report will be addressed by the stage 2 submission. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I see representatives from Hamilton Health Sciences are also here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Walter. And it's very excited that we're moving forward. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you for the report. The one slide just kind of caught my eye, and that again, it's a great report. It showed the shovel 2025. Is that as sitting on the advisory committee, again, we're hearing and hoping shovel in the ground in 2022, but
that was finished.
Yeah.
If I can just clarify, Councillor Cadwell, that was finished 2025. Shovel in the ground is still spring, early summer 2022.
Okay, that's great, because the slide showed the machine at 2025, and I thought, well, it's just going to be starting. Yeah, okay, so it's still the plan is BART is 2022 then, eh? Great work though, you to HHS and everybody involved. Glad to see it. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification too, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Congratulations, Bart. You're doing a great job. And, you know, kudos to all the staff and your colleagues working with you on this. I have a question. By bringing the two sites together and making it into one site, does that mean that eventually there'll be an access between the two sites? I'm talking about the like the hospice site and the hospital site.
Walter, do you have a comment?
I can briefly answer it also, but again, there are some there are some great separation concerns sort of right at the transition. So an access point is not immediately available, or a connection is not immediately available. Bart might be able to answer that question in a little more detail.
Yeah, that's correct. There's no vehicular access between the two sites as part of our scheme. However, there is a pedestrian access running along the west side of the property that will provide a connection between the properties and ultimately between Centennial and Main Street, rather than kind of what is there now, which is mostly through parking lots and unpaved areas. So we've dedicated a pedestrian access along the west side of the new property.
Thank you.
Thanks for your answer, Bart. I didn't mean to interrupt you and defer to Walter, but it's all good. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and appreciate the presentation and where we're at. And I know it's taken a lot of hard work to get where we are, and it's awesome. Just a couple questions with respect to the planning report. The comments from the region speak to the master tree planting list and the landscape plan, and they're removing it from this portion of the site plan. And they're suggesting that that will be part of stage 2. So I just was hopeful that somehow the region, we can reach out to them just to let them know about our Carolinian Tree Initiative and try to encourage the planting of vegetation and native trees, because I don't know what is in their master tree planting list for the species. So just a pushback or a feedback to the region to look at how Grimsby is looking at becoming the Carolinian capital, and the hospital may be a prime area to do some of that planting. The second point that or concern that I have with respect to the planning report was a statement made on page 7 of 23. The proposed building is consistent with the scale of the commercial properties on Main Street, Deer Park Villa, and the existing hospital. The constraints of the existing site to a large degree are dictating the height of the building. I just don't see how that language where it says that the proposed building is consistent with the scale of the commercial properties on Main Street, Deer Park, and the hospital is, I don't see it that way. They're 1-story and 2-story buildings all around it, and the hospital is going to be 19.522 meters in height. The commercial properties have a maximum neighborhood commercial height of 8.5 meters. So I actually see it as 3 times the scale. So from pedestrian scale, massing, I don't see how it's consistent with the existing scale of the commercial properties on Main Street, especially Deer Park Villa is only, I think, 2 or 3 stories. So it's not, in my mind, the report is just a little bit not clear on that compatibility part of it. Thank you. Perhaps Walter could speak to that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Walter?
Thank you for your comment, Councillor Bothwell. Scale is not necessarily just height. It's also the massing of the building, floor plate, things like that. So the comment essentially is intended to illustrate that Main Street or the buildings on Main Street are primarily large-scale buildings in this commercial area, and whereas some of the surrounding uses are lower scale, detached dwellings, townhouses, things like that. So it's an attempt to sort of describe the context of this particular site in relation to the larger scale buildings along Main Street and directly in behind this site, relative to the smaller scale buildings beyond that. Thank you.
And maybe you could just comment on the difference between scale and massing. So would you say that the massing of the new hospital is compatible, the height and the massing with the existing neighborhood? So I didn't see a reference in the report about massing and height, just the scale statement. Because in my mind, it's going to stand out. It is going to be a feature building. It's going to be the highest in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It would be the tallest building in that immediate neighborhood. In terms of compatibility, there are different measures that we use to gauge compatibility. As an example that we discussed in the report is angular plane. So depending on where a building is located relative to a lower scale building or amenity area. The provisions in our official plan in the downtown and in high density designations use an angular plane calculation to determine what an appropriate interface is in between existing lower scale buildings and new taller buildings, as an example. And in addition to that, I also touch on some of the other features that are identified on the site plan, including 5-meter landscape buffers along the perimeter, fencing that is being proposed along the perimeter, all designed to mitigate the potential impacts of the proposed building in terms of the scale of the building, in terms of the activity areas of the building, and the impacts of the visual impact, the visual impact of the building that's being proposed next to the lower lying residential uses. So I do address some of these things in the report itself.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Just if I can add one little point, just the setback, because it is so far from Highway 8 or Regional Road 81. The properties there, much like where I grew up on Main Street West, they slope towards the lake. So your grade is, although it's minor, it is significant when you move back from Regional Road 81. So that reduces the impact of the actual height of the building as well. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Walter. I wonder if it'd be possible to revise that language. I mean, I think we all want the hospital, and we all accept how tall it's going to be. But I wouldn't want language in that site plan open us up to other buildings of similar height, because it's not what we want for that area. I mean, most of the homes along that area and the commercial buildings are kind of 1 and 2 stories. So is it possible to revise that language just so it doesn't provide a slippery slope for future builds? I'm fine with the hospital, but to use that kind of language to say it kind of fits in a size and scale, I don't agree, and I think it's a little bit misleading when you look at what's actually around it. So is that possible? I mean, the zoning is around there is, I think, neighborhood commercial, which is only 2-story. So what do you think, Walter?
The report is written. It's not going to get changed. The comments that were made in context of this specific proposal and can't be transferred to any other proposals in town. So a planning opinion is always based on the circumstances of the proposal relative to its immediate surroundings and official plan policies.
Okay, but I guess its immediate surroundings are like 1 and 2 stories. So I'm not sure why. Well, thank you, CAO, for coming on. I'm not sure why. I just don't quite understand the rationale of why you say that it would fit in when it's not like anything around it. But maybe you could enlighten me or explain the planning perspective of that.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, as I explained previously, the context of, and as you have noted, the context of this particular building, its location, relative to the street, relative to the neighboring properties, relative to the other larger buildings in the immediate area, lend itself to this proposed building on this site being compatible in terms of scale, as I've stated in the report.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Walter, I just want to build on what Councillor Vardy is saying there. I have to admit, that's always been my concern. Like I looked at, we had a particular development application come forward and they say they want to put in 7 stories, and they actually used a big bubble and said, well, this fits in with the neighborhood, and it looped the hospital. Now, while the hospital is only 5 stories in theory, the stories on a hospital are much higher than a regular building, like a residential building, for example. So my question, I guess, is building on what Councillor Vardy was just saying. I am concerned that this is going to open the door. And I guess I'm asking an opinion here more than anything, as an experienced planner who's dealt with LPAT and stuff like that. Is somebody going to be able to use this against us, I guess, is what I'm looking for? Is some developer going to be able to come in and say, look, I'm building 100 feet away from the hospital. My building's no different than their height, same height. Is that going to work again? Like, I mean, I want the hospital. I don't care one way or the other. I want the hospital. I'm just thinking broadly, is this going to impact us down the road? Just your opinion, that's all.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, if you experience the exact same circumstances in terms of location relative to Main Street, that's just one example, then maybe that argument can be made. But again, this site is unlike any other site in the immediate neighborhood. There aren't any other properties that extend from Main Street to Central Avenue. So this site is unique.
Thank you, Walter. Seeing no further questions, need a mover and seconder for the resolution. And thank you very much, Bart and Kevin and Walter, for your presentation this evening. Something that we're really looking forward to. Sorry, a mover and seconder again. I think it was Councillor Bain and Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 21-23, site plan application 26 SP-16-2102, 169 Main Street East, West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, dated June 7th, 2021 be received, and that the stage 1 site plans for the redevelopment of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital be approved, and that the matters outlined in Appendix A be addressed by the stage 2 submission. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening on that.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving to item 8.4B, the planning touch point. We have a mover as Councillor Bothwell. We just need a seconder to get it on the floor. Seconded by Councillor Frake. And Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just want to thank planning staff for putting this together again, and it's very helpful and a great source of information resource for us. I just had one question on the chart. And the last time that I think I raised this on the planning touch point, I asked about the NEC applications, and I believe the director, Ms. Antonetta, when I'd asked about if there could be a little bit more detail, she said that they could provide the addresses for us of the NEC applications. Wasn't expecting more detail, but there's 10, which is a significant number, and people are interested in knowing where those applications are. So I just wondered if we could please have maybe that expanded upon for future reports, and if there's a way I can maybe just get that information, that would be very helpful, just because I get asked by my constituents often about stuff that's going on along the escarpment in my ward. So it would be helpful to know if it's one of those addresses that's impacted in that application. People can look up the stuff themselves on the NEC website. It's just if you could list which addresses those 10 are, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Walter, I'll leave that with you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm not sure who wants to take this, Walter or Antonetta. In the report, you can also note the tree removal at 314 Main Street East. Of course, we're all familiar with how much of a controversy that's been for the past few weeks. It's certainly, I've certainly was inundated with calls and texts and emails and so on and so forth. I'm just curious, because Brandhaven or their contractor, I would assume that they contravened what they were supposed to do. They were supposed to cut these trees between October and April, which is outside of the breeding and bird nesting period and so on and so forth. I assume that they've contravened that direction. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they cut outside of the season where they were supposed to cut trees.
Are they liable for any kind of penalty for that, financial or otherwise?
So as stipulated by the condition, we have contacted the Canadian Wildlife Service, who has responded and asked us some questions. We've provided them the information and they are looking into the matter to see if any enforcement can be done here. So they forwarded it to their enforcement unit.
So there's a report to come on that then, is there?
I have never dealt with the Canadian Wildlife Service in this capacity, so I'm not sure if they'll do a report, but certainly whatever information they provide us, we will share it with council and some of the community members as appropriate.
Okay, hopefully they'll get fined for that because I think that was totally inappropriate. But you've answered my question and I look forward to any follow-up. Thank you, Antonetta. Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for the planning touch point, Antonetta. It's always nice to see information. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frick. Resolved that report PA 21-25 planning touch point dated June 7th, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Right, we have a notice of motion, introduction date June 7th, 2021. Subject, develop a plan to address traffic issues across town, requested by Councillor Vane. Whereas the Public Works Department dedicates significant time to specifically to traffic concerns that are brought, such as Grimsby Beach area, Nellis Dorchester area, Place Polonaise, and the development of radar boards throughout the town. And the deployment of radar boards throughout the town. And whereas the Public Works Department collects annual traffic data to assess whether town streets meet traffic calming warrants that are in accordance with Council's traffic calming policy from a safety, risk, and financial perspective, so that streets that do not meet these traffic calming warrants are brought forward to Council for additional investigation and possible implementation of traffic calming measures. And whereas the Public Works Department is bringing a traffic safety education workshop to Council on July 26, 2021 to provide information on traffic levels of service, what and how traffic data is collected and analyzed, and how this information is used to assess the requirement for traffic calming measures. Therefore, be it resolved that staff, based on the outcomes of the Traffic Safety Education Council on July 26, 2021, compile a holistic, comprehensive plan to address the traffic issues across the town, including but not limited to speed bumps, traffic lights, and different considerations to address traffic safety that will be presented to Council for considerations no later than the beginning of Q4 2021. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the June 21st, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. Town of Grimsby notice of motion, introduction date June 7th, 2021. Subject, school zone, Main and Nellis area, Main and Governor's area, requested by Councillor Vardy. Given that public safety is of concern to all residents of Grimsby, given that there are 3 schools, Nellis Public School, JK to grade 8, and Greenbelt Academy, toddler to grade 2, and Kids Zone Preschool between Centennial Park and Nellis Boulevard, given that a large Kids Zone Preschool is at the corner of Main and Governor's, given that the area residents have frequently complained of speeding, unsafe driving in the area, particularly in light of so many children moving to and from school, be it resolved that Governor's Road, Nellis Road, and Main Street between Centennial Park and Baker Road, which includes the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, be made a school zone with appropriate signing, speed limits, and enforcement. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the June 21st, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Excuse me, Mayor Jordan. Sorry.
Yes.
I believe there's a typo in that first paragraph. It says between Centennial Park and Nellis Boulevard. Should it be Nellis Road?
Thank you for spotting that, Councillor Cadwell.
You're welcome.
Town of Grimsby notice of motion, introduction date June 7th, 2021. Subject, free library house to celebrate International Literacy Day. Requested by Councillor Vardy. Given that the 8th of September was proclaimed International Literacy Day by UNESCO in 1966 to remind the international community of the importance of literacy for individuals, communities, and societies, and the need for intensified efforts towards more literate societies. Given the issue of literacy as a key component of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, given that improved literacy is acknowledged to be both a personal and societal benefit, and given that free library houses have become very popular and are widely recognized as positive additions to the communities, and given that our parks are frequently used for visitors and families to gather and individuals seeking repose, and given a free library house would be an excellent addition to some of our parks, be it resolved that consideration be given to installing a free library house in Coronation Park, and be it resolved that Parks and Recreation reach out to the community through their various networks to seek community involvement in building the free library house, and be it resolved that this initiative be completed by September 8th to celebrate International Literacy Day 2021. I acknowledge that this notice of motion would be given consideration at the June 21st, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. Town of Grimsby notice of motion, introduction date June 7th, 2021, subject Winston Road, 40-kilometer low speed zone, requested by Councillor Bothwell. Whereas December 18th, 2017, Council approved Public Works Report DPW 17-50, Town of Grimsby low speed 40-kilometer-per-hour zones dated December 13th, 2017, the report. And whereas on May 22nd, 2018, Council subsequently approved Public Works Report DPW 1821, amendment to Traffic Bylaw 89-2000 to include new low speed 40-kilometer-an-hour zones and school zone flashing beacons dated May 11th, 2018. And whereas the report identifies a list of areas with parks and recreational amenities that meet criteria for low speed 40-kilometer-an-hour zones designation and signage based on road classification characteristics, roadway geometry, collision and speeding history. And whereas the Winston Road neighborhood between Oaks Road and Hunter Road has experienced significant residential growth and increased traffic volumes within the last 10 years, and whereas additional population density and further growth is planned within the Grimsby on the Lake area, the Winston Road neighborhood secondary plan, and whereas this area of Winston Road is a local road as defined in the official plan, where the northerly shoulder hosts the raised and paved multi-use waterfront trail along its length, and whereas 4 parks are located directly on and or face Winston Road, Bravo Phase 2, LGM Azure East, Azure West, Oaks Road Dog Park, Grimsby Wetlands, and whereas there are multiple ingress and egress points to the developments and multiple lay-by parking areas that present challenges to visibility and safety for pedestrian crossing from the parks to the trail. And whereas speed of vehicles on Winston Road has been identified and reported as a concern, whereas Winston Road between Oaks Road and Hunter Road is comparable to those identified park areas in the report that meet the criteria for designation as low speed 40-kilometer-per-hour zone. Therefore, be it resolved that staff are requested to review and assess Winston Road between Oaks Road and Hunter Road for inclusion as a low speed 40-kilometer zone and provide a report and recommendation to council. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the June 21st, 2021 committee meeting of the whole. Town of Grimsby notice of motion, June 7th, 2021, procedure bylaw approval of agenda deletion of items requested by Councillor Bothwell. Whereas bylaw 20-65, referred to as procedural bylaw, was approved by council on September 15th, 2020. And whereas the procedural bylaw is considered to be a living document subject to regular review and occasional updates as needed. And whereas Rule 7.32 under approval of agenda states any matter may be deleted or deferred from the agenda by majority vote. And whereas the invocation of this rule has resulted in contentious and unproductive debate due to the ambiguity of the effects of this rule. And whereas parliamentary law has enshrined the principle that the right of free and full discussion can only be removed by a 2/3 vote. And whereas council may find it desirable at times to permanently dispose of or defer items at the approval of the agenda, therefore be it resolved that Rule 7.32 of bylaw 20-65 be amended to read, any matter may be deleted or deferred from the draft agenda by a 2/3 vote. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the June 21st, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. All right, now. All right, need a mover and seconder for the request to raise the ALS flag at Town Hall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the request to raise the ALS flag at Town Hall be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to correspondence. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just would like to lift the Town of Pelham motion reaccessibility for seniors, just for separate consideration.
Okay.
Actually, it's to endorse and recommend.
That is so noted. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I'd also like to lift Town of Pelham resolution, petition on mental health.
All right. Do I read this one first? I need a mover and seconder for the rest of the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the following correspondence under Administration and Finance be received. Province of Ontario, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, 3-step roadmap to safely reopen the province of Ontario, an amendment to orders under the Reopening Ontario, a flexible response to COVID-19 Act, ROA. Province of Ontario, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, extension of orders under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, EMCPA. Region of Niagara Regional Housing, first quarterly report for 2021. Region of Niagara COVID-19 vaccines. Region of Niagara Office of the Regional Clerk, Transit Governance. Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Board Meeting Highlights, May 21st, 2021. City of Thorold, Ontario Tennis Safe Restart to Tennis Blueprint. City of Thorold Mental Health National Emergency Study. City of Port Colborne, Niagara Central Dorothy Rundling Airport, NCDRA Commission. Township of Waynfleet, Niagara Central Dorothy Rundling Airport, NCDRA Commission. Town of Fort Erie, generation squeezing with respect to affordable housing. Town of Fort Erie, capital gains tax on primary residence. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just with respect to the Pelham motion, it's important that we recognize that seniors and vulnerable populations, those that have challenges with respect to digital communications, have access to all and varied types of methods of gaining information. And this motion is to ask the Honorable Raymond Chow, the Minister of Seniors and Accessibility of Ontario, to review and take action, if necessary, whether the changes of digitizing essential services are barring seniors and vulnerable populations from accessing essential services, and to advocate for seniors and vulnerable populations and their rights to access essential services. So I think it's a duty of accommodation to all groups. And this is a motion to recognize that as we're moving to more and more of a technology-driven society, that we don't want to leave anybody behind, and continue to provide those services in the way that those folks are able to receive them. So I'm requesting that council support and endorse, as this motion requests, Pelham's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. We just need a seconder. Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the correspondence under administration and finance in regards to Town of Pelham accessibility issues for seniors be endorsed. All in favor? That's carried. And we have movers, Councillor Sharp on the next lifting of correspondence. Need a seconder for Councillor Sharp. Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the correspondence under administration and finance in regard to Town of Pelham petition to the House of Commons read declaration of national emergency on mental health be received. And Councillor Bothwell, you wanted to speak on that?
I don't know if Councillor Sharp is going to speak on it. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wished if he could expand on what is in the petition that's referenced. It says the council support and endorse petition E3351. I just wanted to know what we're supporting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that was my mistake. I should have asked Councillor Sharp to speak on it, as he did lift it. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. That's no problem. I'm happy to expand on it. So this is a resolution that we supported previously when it was sent to the Niagara region. It's a petition now that's going to the federal government. Stephen Sue's a resident from Niagara who's been really active on this, brought this, and I didn't realize that the resolution from Pelham is lacking in description. And so petition E3351 is calling for the House of Commons to launch a study in the Standing Committee on Health on the merits of declaring a national emergency on mental health. The petition has been authored or authorized by the sitting MP, Dean Allison, who's our member for Niagara West. So we had supported this before, and I'm just looking for support to endorse this resolution, endorse the petition asking the government to launch a committee on declaration of mental health as an emergency.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Seeing no further comments, I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the correspondence under administration and finance in regards to Town of Pelham petition to the House of Commons regarding declaration of national emergency on mental health be endorsed. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, the next meeting of the Committee of the Whole is scheduled for June 21st, 2021 at 6 p.m. So our Committee of the Whole meeting is adjourned, and we will follow up with council in 7 minutes at 10:05. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. Welcome back to the public Town of Grimsby Council meeting of Monday, June 7th, 2021. First call to order, and now everyone rise for the playing of O Canada. All right, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move to the approval of the agenda.
One second, Mayor Jordan. I do have a disclosure with regards to the approval of the May 17th agenda. I found out that my parents have a property that was on one of the reports in that agenda. I've submitted the paperwork to the clerk.
Okay, that's been noted. Now we're moving to approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder?
Mayor Jordan?
Yes,
if I could, I'd like to lift the committee of the whole minutes.
Yeah. First we approve the agenda, then you lift it when we adopt.
Sorry, my
the
apologies.
previous
I thought
minutes.
we were approving. My apologies. Thanks.
You need a mover and seconder to approve the agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved the agenda for the council meeting of June 7, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. And just before we adopt the previous minutes, I just want to make one quick announcement. Last week, I was happy to attend the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It was a virtual conference, of course. So it was a 4.5-day event, and there were a number of different programs. So some of the programs I touched on was gender equality in the workplace. Another program was workshops on racism connected communities, customized energy solutions, reducing harassment in the workplace through education, and also a program for FCM programs available for smaller communities, and another one on fraud protection, as well as one on cybersecurity. And I'd just like to report, we had good news for the Niagara region. Regional Councillor Diana Houston from Pelham was successfully elected to the FCM Board of Directors. Now we move to number 5, adoption of the previous minutes. Councillor Sharp, you wanted to lift the committee of the whole minutes?
Yeah, I did. And I'm looking for the item. I think it is item 7.1A. And if I could just speak to it before we lift it.
Yes.
Item 7.1A was a report. No, sorry, 7.1B. It was a report on the 2020 tax write-offs. So it was in consent, and I hadn't reviewed the addresses on there, but I'm now aware that my parents owned a home that was on that, and they received a small tax credit in the year 2020. And at the time I wasn't aware. So I was hoping to lift this item so that I can declare my conflict of interest with that.
All right, so we have you as the mover, and we need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that Resolution CW 21-151 be lifted from the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of May 17, 2021 for separate consideration. Councillor Vardy, you'd like to speak on that?
Yeah, I just have a question. Is this something that you can do, like declare a conflict of interest afterwards? Like,
it hasn't been approved yet. It hasn't been ratified at council yet.
yeah, but did you vote on it?
I did.
So
You want to clarify?
I wonder if I just get a clarification from the clerk, because it's sort of unusual.
Sarah?
Yeah.
So our procedural bylaw and the legislation is quite silent on kind of retroactive declaration, but it does use language to declare as soon as you become aware, right? So I think Councillor Sharp is trying to rectify that. So we would need to pass the motion from Committee of the Whole of May 17th, again, without Councillor Sharp's vote.
So
if I could have,
does that have to be added to the agenda then, or added to a future agenda?
It's been lifted, right? So the matter wasn't rectified at council yet.
All right, so what?
So I voted on. So I voted on this report, and I wasn't aware that my parents formerly owned a property at Casablanca and Livingston, and it qualified for a small tax credit because of a renovation. And I didn't know. My parents don't own the house anymore, and I didn't know it was on there, but I've been made aware that it was on there, and so we haven't approved the. I did vote on May 17th, and I wasn't aware that it was there, but it hasn't been ratified by council. So I'd like to take this opportunity to lift it and to reconsider it, and then I will not vote on it.
Yeah.
For sake, it's a small tax credit.
Councillor Sharp, if I can just interrupt you for a sec. First,
Yep.
we need to vote on lifting it for separate consideration. So I'm going to read that now, and then we can make comment on it. So procedurally,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
the correct thing. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie, resolved that resolution CW 21-151 be lifted from the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of May 17th, 2021 for separate consideration. In favor? That's carried. Do you have a resolution? All right, and so the resolution that we're going to deal with now is resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of May 17th, 2021 in regards to item CW 21-151 be approved. And so we need a mover and seconder.
Sorry, Mayor, can I speak to that?
Yes, Councillor Bothwell.
Sorry, I just wanted to speak to Councillor Sharp's comment that he wasn't aware that the property was on that report. I particularly lifted that report for the specific detail and went into great lengths on discussing it with Ms. Steele in finance because I had concerns about the Central Avenue property as well. There were only 3 properties on that list. So council had an opportunity to view that in more detail, considering it was lifted from consent for further discussion. So I just wanted to make a point that for those who may not have prepared themselves prior to the council and committee of whole meeting.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. Ms. Councillor Bothwell is being presumptive about myself. If I could have a minute to explain. Point of order, Mayor Jordan. I'd like you to overrule the councillor's comments.
I'm not finished speaking, Councillor Sharp.
You have to stop when I call point of order, Councillor Bothwell.
I don't.
Mayor Jordan,
Councillor Sharp, Councillor Sharp, yes, you're overruled. Councillor Bothwell is merely stating facts of what happened in the meeting. She didn't mention your name.
Then let me respond after she's done, please.
I just wanted to say that, you know, that the opportunity was there to view the report when it was brought forward for council to speak on it. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And Councillor Sharp, because you declared a conflict of interest on this, you're not allowed to speak. So. Councillor Vardy.
Is this a reconsideration? I wonder if we could get a ruling from the clerk.
Sarah?
No, it wouldn't be because this was approved at committee of the whole and now we're trying to ratify those minutes at council. So it wouldn't be a reconsideration unless there was an approval at council.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to speak for anyone, but I do want to state that, you know, when this item was talked about and whether somebody intentionally talks about it at a meeting or not, sometimes what I've heard is that his family had owned the property and no longer owned it. So without paying attention to when the situation happened, as it happened that day, or it's just been recently discovered that at that time, there's a lot of retroactivity on when that credit happened, but we were just made aware of it then. And the situation's already occurred. I actually don't even think Councillor Sharp even has a conflict, in my opinion. But I just think that's, in my opinion, a little bit of some dirty tactics, some dirty pool. I'm glad Councillor Sharp caught it, that he's forward now and stated his
point of order.
That he's done this.
Councillor Ritchie is making comments.
A point of order on the dirty.
Point of order for what?
The dirty tactics statement.
Yes, Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Ritchie, that's your first.
Didn't say a name.
Are you inferring something?
No, I'm not inferring anything. I didn't say a name. I didn't say who did it.
Why would you say dirty tactics?
Because I think it's dirty pool.
What is dirty pool?
It's what was said already. What was said prior to it. You can review the tapes. I think it is, and I'm glad Councillor Sharp caught it. Move forward. Thank you.
Well, I can't move forward until Councillor Ritchie withdraws those remarks about dirty tactics. He's certainly freewheeling about what he says about everybody and
Point of
and if
order. She's
anybody
accusing me
makes a
now,
comment,
and she's used
I
my
would
name.
like him to withdraw that remark, please.
I'm just going to let you both move on, and I'm not going to withdraw my remarks. We just need to move on this, and people just have to have higher standards. I'll just say that in general. Any further comments? We need a mover and seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of May 17, 2021 in regards to item CW 21-151 be approved. Well, let's just have a recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstone?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp declared. So Councillor Bain?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried. So can we get this now for the rest of the minutes?
All right, now we need a mover and seconder to approve the Committee of the Whole minutes of May 17th, 2021 to be approved as amended. Councillor Bain is the mover, seconder. Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of May 17th, 2021 be approved as amended. All in favor? That's carried. All right, do you need a mover and seconder for the council minutes of May 17th and the council minutes of May 25th? Councillor Cadwell and Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the council minutes of May 17th, 2021 be approved and the council minutes of May 25th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Council minutes. Now we move to delegation. Councillor Cadwell. Is Annette Gibbons here? Yeah. Annette Gibbons regarding report PA 21-24 regarding bylaw number 21-39 to amend bylaw number 1444 as amended, 314 Main Street East. Annette, welcome. That's carried. Annette, can you hear us?
Hello,
Yes, welcome.
I'm trying to get this on here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, how come it's, oh, okay. Good evening, Mayor Jordan and councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue you will be deciding on tonight. That report PA 21-24 bylaw number 21-39 to amend bylaw 1445 as amended, 314 Main Street East, dated June 7th, 2021 be received. And that council approve the proposed changes to the proposed bylaw, and 3, that another public meeting is not required. My name is Annette Gibbons, and I'm speaking on behalf of citizens of our neighborhood of Lawrence Avenue, which is located on the west side, and also recently Cabernet, Vinifera, Riesling, Vidal area citizens to the east side, and also Main Street East residents north of the application at 314 Main Street East in Grimsby. I found out just by chance on Friday, June 4th, this amendment was on the agenda. even though I specifically requested to be notified and had received confirmation of being added to the citizen notification list for this file. I also believe we should have received written notification with appealant information when draft plans were conditionally approved, as written and oral presentations have been made by myself and several area residents. How can we be assured updates will be forwarded and any type of notifications with regards to this application will be received going forward? The second page here I'm referring to is the zones, the regulations applying to residential zones. We are in RD1, and the proposed, the revised proposal, they want to change to RD4. This amendment before council shows 2 more lots on the west side of the site. The draft zoning bylaw shows 15. This amendment shows 17. Even though this amendment may appear to be a minor variance, it is in fact changing the lot sizes in the transitional area pertaining to a stable neighborhood. Not a reasonable transition whatsoever. The tables of each schedule, 15A and 15B, are very confusing to compare as the area letters referenced have changed. Previous schedule 15A area A referenced all lots west abutting Lawrence Avenue. Pending amendment area A references only the west side Main Street corner lot. The previous schedule 15A area B referenced east side lots. Pending amendment area B reference west side middle lots abutting Lawrence Avenue. I understand this amendment is to deal with the zoning issues. However, there are several other concerns that still need to be addressed regarding the draft plan of subdivision conditions. In particular, the adverse impact on the environment, drip line and toe of slope being altered prior to the NEC staking, and flood mitigation measures. I truly appreciate all the efforts our dedicated staff has put into this detailed application and look forward to working with all members of staff and council going forward with this development. We have a long road still ahead of us regarding this application, and I want to ensure all of our citizens' concerns are addressed in a fulsome and timely manner. Therefore, I'm asking council to defer this passage of the proposed amendment, as they are substantial changes and deserve a thorough review. Public should be able to review these changes and have input where there is a change, minor or not. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Annette. We just need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the delegation by Annette Gibbons be received. All in favor? That's carried. Moving to section 7, reports. Thank you very much again, Annette, and have a good rest of your evening. The report is coming up just after the sewer levy and tax rate update.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Need a mover and seconder for report FIN 21-15. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Cadwell. Any discussion? Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm going through the report, and there was a recommendation from a consultant that we should be reviewing how we do our sewer billing. And it talked about how we determine which properties, whatever, get assessed and how they're assessed. I was looking at the old sanitary sewer levy and tax rate that we passed at the last meeting, referred in this report, to the one that's being proposed today. And perhaps the acting director of finance can help me understand. It looks like we're implementing one of the recommendations from that review already, even though council hasn't received the formal, more detailed report. It looks like we're moving to a role assessment versus the previous method that we approved and have used for many years in the past. It looks like this new bylaw is implementing a role assessment, and that the new calculations appear to change the tax rate for a number of classes based on that change. And the bottom line impact appears to be 500 million reduction in assessment. But the tax levy remains basically the same because it's reallocated around the tax classes. Could you explain that, please, a little bit so you help me understand? Thank you.
Absolutely, Councillor Bothwell. Thank you for the question and the opportunity to address it. So what we're requesting in this report is to align the tax rates with the practice that the town has been using for the past many years. So in 2020, the tax rates that were set use the roll range methodology. That is what has been used historically. When we set the 2021 tax rates, we did not realize that, make that connection, because the documentation in the past hadn't been clear on that. So what we're recommending in this report is that we update the tax rates to ensure that we can collect the required amount of tax levy for the sewer in alignment with the town's practice, and that we document the roll ranges that have been used historically and that we would continue to use with the 2021 tax billing. As part of this review, when this was brought to our attention when we were looking at the bills, we did seek out some expert advice to ensure that we are our documentation is as fulsome as it can be given our current methodology. And that's why we're disclosing the roll ranges, but this is very consistent with what's been done in the past. And the Appendix A and the amended bylaw for consideration this evening is just making sure that we're documenting properly what we've been doing as a town historically, and that we do that again for 2021. We're also recommending that we do the more fulsome review in the fall of 2021 leading into 2022's tax rates to bring back a report to council that they could consider different taxation methodologies and if they want to continue applying the special sewer area levy the way that they have been historically.
Thanks. Can you maybe help clarify again which tax classes, which people are going to be most impacted by this change? Because I noticed the farm class seems to have a significant different assessment, quite a bit lower than the previous. So that's been moved somewhere else. And there's a new class of exempt with a huge amount of assessment for exempt properties. So which of our taxpayers are going to be hit the hardest with this change?
So through the mayor, this change is going to align to the same methodology that we used in 2020. So if you're comparing these tax rates to our 2020 tax rates, you would see that they're very similar. Obviously updating for the fact that there's new assessments on the roll, new properties, changed values. Basically, we tax the sewer, we apply the sewer levy to all properties that are connected to the sewer. So the town goes through a process of identifying which properties are actually connected to the sewer, and we've completed that review. And the assessment that we're using to determine the rates is all of the properties that we have identified as connected to the sewer. which is the same methodology as 2020. When we presented the first version of this bylaw, we were not excluding properties that weren't connected to the sewer. And that's what we're updating with this amendment this evening.
So I guess I'm just trying to get to, there's a $500 million $500 million of assessment difference between the previous 2021 version that we passed and this one in bylaw 2133. So is there a direct impact to any of our taxpayers that they will see that this will be significantly different from, I know you're saying, so 2020, they'll be expecting about the same, that this was an error in the 2021 calculations? Is that what you're saying when it was first brought to us?
I'm saying that, yeah, exactly. That this is going to be very similar to 2020 tax rates. When we first brought you the 2021 tax rates, we applied it to the full assessment as opposed to just the roll ranges that we're identifying in this report. So we are cleaning up the documentation and we've recalculated the rates to be consistent with the 2020 practice. So this is a bit of this is an administration and a housekeeping exercise at this point for 2021 to ensure that we properly document 2021 and do it consistently. And then we would like to move forward going into 2022 with that more fulsome review because this exercise of reconciling this and identifying it has brought to our attention that I think we need to consider the taxation methods that we would use for sewer going forward and if the current approach is appropriate.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. And the only other question is the water, the way we charge water as well is very unique. I think there's only one other municipality in Niagara that does it the same way we do, separate billing. Where it's not incorporated into the tax rate. Is that something else we're going to be looking at or just the sewer at this point?
So through the mayor, I think the way we do water is actually very consistent with many municipalities. We do charge, it's a user fee based model. I think the exception is the way that we do sewer, which is what we're looking at. Most municipalities incorporate sewer into their water billing process. In Niagara, but we would need to look at that holistically and we would do that and bring that detail back to council in the fall. But the unique sewer rate being a special area rate, I think is something that not many municipalities are doing. And I think it's appropriate for us to review that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Melanie, for this report. I think I look at it, it's just, as you mentioned, it's good housekeeping and almost basically double checking too, which is good. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very happy with this report. And I look forward to the what you're planning in the fall of this year for next year too. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Melanie. Seeing no further questions, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolve that report FIN 2021-15 2021 sewer levy and tax rate update be received and the Town of Grimsby sanitary sewer rates as updated in Appendix A be approved and the information outlined in Appendix A be used to amend the 2021 tax rate bylaw and that council endorse a review of the town's special sewer levy approach and staff be directed to prepare a more detailed report for council's consideration. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to report. PA 2124 regarding bylaw number 21-39 to amend bylaw number 14-44 as amended 314 Main Street East. Just need a mover and seconder to get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bain. And Walter, you have some opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a presentation that I could share with everybody.
Great.
Thank you, Donna. And again, this is a bylaw that we're bringing forward as a result of draft approved subdivision draft approval that was given last year, and conditional zoning approval that was also given last year. One of the conditions of the zoning amendment was that a bylaw not be brought forward to council until certain conditions be met. One of them was that the draft 30M plan be submitted to staff for review and approval. However, there were still some modifications potentially being made to the draft plan and the draft 30M plan that we would use as a basis for preparing a bylaw. So we weren't in a position to bring a bylaw forward up until now. Now that the majority of the engineering work has been done and the lot boundaries are pretty much set. And now we're able to bring the bylaw forward. Next slide, please. Again, the property is situated on the south side of Main Street. It originally extended to the bench of the escarpment, into the bench of the escarpment. The developed portion of the property is below the bench on the flatlands and previously supported an agricultural-based industrial use and 2 dwellings. Again, the draft plan of subdivision, as I noted previously, and the zoning amendment were given conditional approval and draft plan approval by this council. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning amendment, the proposed bylaw, this is the schedule to the bylaw. Again, this slide illustrates the zoning categories that are being proposed that are approved for the subdivision itself. As you see there. So if you could move on to the next slide, please. Again, there are also site-specific regulations that are associated with each one of the areas, numbered 348 right to 354, which identify various requirements. One of the items that are identified in Area B is that all of the lots within Area B have a requirement that the facades of the buildings within those lots facing west or facing the Lawrence Avenue lots are not permitted to be more than 1 story in height. Also, another provision identifies a requirement where there are no 2nd-story windows permitted to face the west side of the site, or the Lawrence Avenue rear yards. This is to prevent things like dormers to actually face west. So the models I believe that are proposed are bungalofts, which are essentially bungalows with upper floors that have windows facing the street itself, the new street, and some windows facing sideways. Next slide, please. There have been some modifications to the approved lot configuration and approved zoning. They are primarily lots 16 and 17. The lot 16 is slightly deficient in the proposed zoning by approximately 4 square meters. So one of the site-specific provisions for that area is to reduce the minimum lot area from 400 square meters to 395 square meters as a minimum requirement, and lot 17 to establish a minimum rear yard setback of 7.5 meters, whereas a quarter of the lot depth would be the minimum requirement. And that is primarily a result of the realignment of the new road along that, abutting those 2 lots. Our Public Works Department required that road for safety reasons to be realigned and to have the proper horizontal geometry in order to have proper visibility as cars travel along that road. So those were the nature of the changes for those 2 lots, and they were a result of required changes to the road as a result of our staff review. Next slide, please. Now, when there is a change to the proposed bylaw, based on what was approved, the Planning Act basically says that you're required to have at least one public meeting to be held for a proposed zoning amendment. However, if there is an amendment to the proposed bylaw, council has to determine whether or not the proposed amendments are significant enough to warrant a second public meeting. And in our opinion, the changes that are being proposed for those two particular lots are not significant enough to warrant a second public meeting, and we're recommending that the bylaw be passed as is proposed tonight. Next slide, please. So our staff recommendation is to receive the report and council approve the changes to the proposed bylaw, as I've noted, and council make the determination that a second public meeting is not required under the Planning Act. And that's it. And I'll be available to answer any questions anybody has. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Any questions from council? Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just to clarify again, the draft zoning bylaw was presented to Committee of the Whole or Council on February the 25th, 2020. And on March the 2nd, a delegation from the developer came with a different proposal, quite different from what was the public had seen and what council had recommended as draft. So at the time the delegation came, there was no resolution, there was no motion, there was no amended draft resolution. This is the first time we're seeing it since the February the 25th, 2020 draft zoning bylaw amendment. So I have a little bit of concern with that. I see quite a bit of differences and discrepancies between the two. Within the report on February the 25th, the planning report states that they wanted lot 1 to be set back 5.5 meters. And that was why part of the lots became smaller, and I guess the 2 were added at the end and whatever. But in the new zoning bylaw amendment we're asked to approve tonight, it's 4.2 meters. I just need, so there's some things where I have concerns about. And I think it talks about the lot line being Main Street, yet there's the setbacks from the sidewalk were originally in the original draft zoning bylaw, and there was a 3 point something meter from the sidewalk, and now it's saying from Main Street. So I just want to ensure that the setbacks are, what's being, impacted here, because one of the things that came up was we want to maintain the Main Street setbacks with the large boulevards and sidewalks, and that amount was supposed to be calculated into the full setback. So I just think there's enough concerns and questions from the delegation and from what has transpired from February the 25th to this new draft zoning bylaw. The addition of the 2 units. The other thing is unit 17 does not have the same language in the new bylaw about the windows, no second floor windows permitted. So it doesn't have the same restriction on it. And I think the public needs to have an opportunity to speak to that. So my recommendation is that we do hold that separate public meeting. And I'd like the clerk just to put forward that that's my amendment, or my motion is that we do hold another public meeting to review these changes. Thank you.
I'll second that amendment.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I concur. I'm not going to go with all the details again. I concur with Councillor Bothwell, and I certainly hear. We have been in this war, particularly, have received a huge number of correspondence from our residents, calls, texts, and emails, and so on and so forth. And I think, considering there are enough differences in there to warrant another public meeting, I think it's only fair to the constituents. They've had to put up with hell in the last little while, and I mean, I think they have enough. There's enough of the differences in here to warrant it, and I think it's incumbent on council to allow our constituents to have their say again, because there's enough differences in there for them to come to council and air their issues and their concerns. So I would certainly endorse another public meeting, and I think it'd be only fair for us to do so. So hopefully the rest of council feels the same way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would just like to support Councillor Bothwell's idea and Councillor Frake that I do think a public meeting is in order. There's been, a lot of activity lately, which has caused some, I'd say some mistrust about the process. So I think we need to be as open and transparent as possible. This is a big change for residents. I believe we should be having a public meeting to review these changes to make sure and to help get the community on side as we move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mayor Jordan. So looking at this report, I just want to clarify that the changes that we're seeing here to lot 16 and lot 17, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And these changes are based upon the town of Grimsby saying that they want to realign the road for safety issues, correct?
That's correct.
So ultimately, staff has gone now and they're endorsing this. I would say with this report, we're looking at this for the safety of traffic, which we talked about many times in tonight's meetings, that we're always looking to create safety and so forth. I do understand the concerns of the residents out there, but I do understand that staff will be out there talking to them possibly next week or late this week sometime. So I understand that there's maybe some frustrations there, but I'm just curious now, if there was a public meeting, would there be any potential liabilities for the town for delay of development?
The Planning Act clearly states that the decision as to whether or not a second public meeting is required or warranted is not appealable, and it's not subject to review. Decision is final.
So again, I just I understand the frustrations of the residents there. I mean, I know exactly where you're talking about lot 16 and lot 17, the differences there, and it looks like the change is being brought forward from our staff and the realignment of the road. I don't see, if it wasn't for those two changes, is there anything else that we'd be looking for a public meeting? I think that would all be site plan approval, right? So I just don't see, I don't know if we need, if it's, as much as I know that the residents may want this, I'm not sure that it warrants a public meeting for lot 16, lot 17. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just the only question I have with regards to the public meeting. The public meeting will only be talking about what we're talking about in this report. It's not an opportunity. I know there's been some things happen out that way that aren't good, and I'll just, but the public meeting is only about the lot 16, 17, and other issues that are involved with this report. So it won't get sidetracked. That's my question with what's happened recently. Sorry, it's getting late. So that's my question. Walter, does the public meeting stick to the report only? No sidetracking on other issues?
For you, Mayor, the answer is the reason for the public meeting would be to address and give the public an opportunity to speak to the proposed changes,
okay,
or to the changes to the proposed bylaw, which is identified in the report here. But again, what people say at a public meeting is really up to the chair to determine.
Well, that's
so
thank you.
Right. So, but many of the issues that Ms. Gibbons has raised in her delegation other than the couple of items that she's brought forward regarding the zoning amendment, are really to do with the draft plan of subdivision.
Great. Thank you, Walter.
Councillor Sharp.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Jordan. My question to Walter is, our delegate tonight spoke about adding 2 lots. Was there 2 lots added?
At the meeting where the delegation basically made an offer to council, and it's the best way I can put it. The staff recommendation was to have the zoning restrictions that I mentioned for the lots backing onto Lawrence to apply only to every second lot. So you'd have a 1-story house, a 2-story house, a 1-story house, and so on and so forth. And the delegation that came forward basically, to put it simply, made the offer saying that if you let us put in 17 lots, we'll do all of the lots that have rear yards backing onto the Lawrence Avenue lots. We'll have them have that zoning restriction of 1-story facing the Lawrence Avenue lots. That's essentially, in summary, what happened at the meeting.
Yeah, I remember that. And so it's now 17 bungalofts instead of originally it was 15 half bungalofts, half 2 stories.
Well, through you, Chair, it is 15 bungalofts. Lot 1 is 2 stories. And lot 17 is 2 stories. Lot 17 is a side yard that abuts Lawrence, not a rear yard.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Bothwell.
Sorry, I'm just going to reiterate that delegation, when he came to speak, it was just a delegation. There wasn't a report. There wasn't anything else. There was no staff report, nothing. So from the time we saw the original draft zoning bylaw amendment on February the 25th, on March 2nd, we saw a picture on a delegation, and that's all we saw, that they said, this is what we could do. Nothing came forward. So this is the first time we're seeing what that looks like. And I think this is the first time the public is seeing what that looks like with the actual zoning bylaw setbacks and the changes. And there's a change, like I said, to lot 1 that was not on the original zoning bylaw. And I don't feel that it meets the staff reports requirements. So I have serious concerns about approving the zoning bylaw as it's written without additional guidance and reports from staff as well as a public meeting. Thank you.
And before you speak, Councillor Frake, I'd like you to move the motion to extend, and we need a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that Council waive the rules of procedure to go past the 11 p.m. curfew. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Frake, go ahead.
I was just going to suggest that I just like to call the question, and just do I need to make a motion that we have another public open house?
I think we have a resolution on the floor now asking for that.
Okay.
I'll read it. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report PA 21-24, bylaw number 21-39 to amend bylaw 14-44 as amended 314 Main Street East dated June 7th, 2021 be received, and that staff be directed to conduct a second public meeting to review the changes. Recorded vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have another question there.
Yes.
Or another statement. Just to Walter, we open this up to another public meeting, and the residents make their concerns and so forth.
Can I call the question? Can we do this?
You have to have a vote to call the question. So I'm asking one comment, and then we can go. If you want to call the question, we'll have a vote then.
I call the question.
You have to have a vote when you call the question though. So, okay, so sorry, Mayor Jordan can call the vote on calling the question.
All right, vote to call the question. Yeah, the hockey game's over, so we're not getting home for that. Montreal swept. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder. See a seconder there. Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the question is called on the matter regarding report PA 2124. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's defeated.
Continue, Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jordan. To Walter, so my question is, when we have this, if we were to have this second open house, could this potentially put the 1 story, 2 stories back on the table?
Walter?
Through you, Mayor, I can't answer that question. That would be up to the applicants. They have the ability to request another change to the proposed bylaw if they feel. But the applicants' representatives are here. You can ask them if you like.
All right, I don't think that would be their I can't put words speak for them, but I do know that that was a very serious negotiation and consideration they did on behalf of the residents on Lawrence, was to go to straight bungalows from lots 1 to 15. And I remember the plan as well at the time, and that was in my opinion, I think it was a big win for the residents of Lawrence. And that's why when I see that we're talking about lots 16 and 17, and these changes are coming because of what our town would like to do in regards to the road alignment and make safety issues. Again, those are the 2 changes that I see here. And again, I don't see the reason for a public meeting.
Councillor Cadwell.
There we go. Thanks, Mayor Jordan. The reason I voted no, because I thought it was only duly right that the ward councillor get another chance to speak to this issue. Courtesy. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
I think our residents have asked for another public meeting. They have concerns. I think both parties have made concessions. I know the developer made the concessions coming forward with bungalows. There are still concerns, and our residents are asking for a meeting. Give them a meeting. We're here to represent residents. If the developer can explain their rationale or what changes or maybe slight modifications they can make, I think it's always better if we have the conversation and come to some kind of agreement. I don't think it's right to shut down residents. They've clearly asked for it. It's within our purview to allow it. Let's just get on with it, have a public meeting, see what the issues are, and then move forward. I think it's only respectful of our residents to do that. why we would want to stop something that's within our purview and something that they're requesting. And we have a developer that's being cooperative. And it also gives, there have been some issues lately. So I think it would be an opportunity for goodwill to bring parties together and see if we can't come to some kind of positive resolution instead of resentment that, that residents who have concerns aren't being heard, aren't being listened to. So thank you very much.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I mean, we're not here just to accept and endorse, what staff gives us. We're also here to represent the constituents. Those are the people who voted us in. Right now, we have probably 17 or 18 constituents in that area that's asking for an open house. So why shouldn't we give it to them? It isn't just one person. There's many people. They have some concerns. I think they're pretty valid. And I don't know why we're pushing back on the residents when they're the ones that put us here to begin with. Let's represent them. Let's give them the opportunity to have their open house. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm on the email chain. I know that staff is willing to meet with these residents at the end of this week and next week. I don't think that needs the time and resources of an open house. Don't get me wrong, we're listening to them. A lot of these things will be site plan adjustments. And when I look at these two changes that are on this report, I don't think it warrants an open house. Is there other issues? Yes, I think they have some issues that I think staff can deal with at the site plan and so forth. But I don't think it warrants the resources that go into an open house.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report PA 21-24, bylaw number 21-39 to amend bylaw 14-45 as amended, 314th Main Street East, dated June 7th, 2021, be received and the staff be directed to conduct a second public meeting to review the changes. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving to number 9, Niagara Power Incorporated AGM has been rescheduled as requested by the chair to June 14th at 5 p.m. Now we're moving to bylaws. Need a mover and seconder for first reading. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp.
Derek, can you turn off your mic? You're causing an echo. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-38 and 2140 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried.
Oh, sorry, point of order on the bylaw for the Main Street East. Should we be removing, did we remove that one, 2139?
Yes, it has been removed.
Sorry, thank you.
Pardon? Yeah. Yeah, we changed the 2 to an end. I need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Vardy, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-38 and 2140, read a first time, be now read a second time and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Are there any announcements? Seeing none,
It's 11:11. Make a wish.
the next meeting is scheduled for June 21st, 2021, following the committee of the whole. I need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-41 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? It's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-41 read a first time, now be read a second time and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and the town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.